Oh, the universe and the music station speak under pressure and houses of the holy. A fucking man. Let's hear one for the music gods. Anyway, and both of those will just straight kick a stream off, won't they? So, gotta be careful. Yeah, all the things feel about their monies, right? Uh, as in the bands, you know? And obviously, platinum means no monetization, which is cool by me. That's what it's stood for most of these years. Um, ooh, how does Coldplay feel about it? You ain't living your car? Jesus Christ, what is up? What do you mean Nana's Angel 7? Ain't she dead? She died. Oh shit, we're hearing from a spirit beyond. You realize that, like, you ain't living, you are car, right? See, that's why I can't take the literal seriously. Oh no. Oh shit. Don't tell them about the Catholics. You know how Dawn feels about that. I'm gonna spray some happy. Y'all ain't taking it, bitches. Alright. So, dearly beloved, we gather here today because old McCoy didn't have a farm. Yeah, motherfucking no. I'm gonna begin with this, dear fucking fraud McCoy. Alright? You ain't gonna have to worry about the PI, somebody else doing no cease and desist on your ass. I'm issuing you a verbal one right here. Then I'm gonna continue with the diatribe, and then I'm gonna end this. And then if you continue, we'll go from there. We're under that first strike rule, you dumb son of a bitch. You did it first. You come back with propaganda from that goddamn hill working with this motherfucking group who I've been hunting and waging war with for years. You sorry piece of shit. You want my last? I can see him under your skin. Trust me, I ain't watching all your bullshit. I tapped in. Here's what happened. I had a pretty rough day yesterday, as you could imagine, and I'm sure you're well aware of, because you intentionally brought propaganda back, you and Sheila, who it's too late to eat her from that room, McCoy, and try to separate her from the bullshit, because you've done put her at the helm of editing and doing the videos, took her with you, and obviously you both had knowledge of the situation and were sent in. It wasn't no you were passing through angels saying, children saying, somebody led you to, or God. All right, you chose to air that bullshit from dying goddamn well self. That molesting, incestuous, pedophile, rapist piece of shit up there with his little dirty finger that's, Lord of mercy, committed so many crimes. I ain't in the mood. You want to protect and put out propaganda for and with this group and for those bastards? Well, you go do it, sir. But we're under that first strike rule. You and Sheila did it. Now, you should have kept Sheila out the goddamn room, because Sheila, I think, is smart enough to realize it. This is fucked. This is going sideways real quick. This is what we call clusterfuck. All right? Your war plans stink. You are no patent, sir. So, anyway, let me tell you something. Your bait is also bullshit. You got the wrong bait for the wrong stream. I know enough from law enforcement, feds, etc., and about everything to know that, well, if you were helping any of them or doing what was right by Summer or your fellow, I guess, law enforcement agents and this and the other, you wouldn't be doing what you're doing or to whom you're doing it to, sir. And I use that term loosely. Anyway, but was raised right. I was taught to respect my elders, though I gotta tell you, I don't have to do that really. I have zero respect for you, you sorry motherfucker. Anyway, Sheila, we'll go back to that. She's smart enough. It's too late for both of you, though, because what Sheila knows is, we know you love collecting reward funds and then changing it from a we, our, us situation to it changed my life. That reeks a little bit, Fred. It does. Right? Fraud? I don't know. Whatever. Um, so we know how you feel about sharing and contributions and credit, even with your wife, especially if money's involved. Okay? We know you planned the date night. So bullshit. So anyway, what she knows and what you should be smart enough to know is that, yeah, her income, which is yours because you're married, cart and horse, they're attached, they're motherfucker. All your shit, your belongings are attached. So if I sue the fuck out of you, her shit's poofed gone to or subject to, right? And wage garnishment, we know she's been put back to work as a sub because you've done something funky. Something's funky. Otherwise, you wouldn't be on here begging and taking broke down Hummers twice and a broke down bus into places where, well, even the handbook says you shouldn't do that, sir. Common sense, but begging online, essentially, by using God and propaganda and tactics and shit to be a slimy bastard. But who have we seen do that before? Oh, yeah, Cayman Alley must be your superheroes, judging by what you intentionally put out today. I guess it's meant to get me all riled up and triggered. Oh, God, I've never lived through it or survived it before. You're really waging war. Oh, my gosh, it'll get answers. It'll do the things. Oh, fuck you, dude. And by the way, are you seriously attacking and falsely putting targets on the backs of fellow service members too, while you're also fucking with what should be your boys in blue in their investigations? Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. I mean, you ain't done enough, quote, detective work to see any of the real pieces where law enforcement's like, yeah, this fucking bullshit that people like you, Hatfield and McCoy, are doing is the opposite of help. Please stop. Get the fuck out. And you're choosing as a former fucking half-assed detective at best, and I'm sorry, I'm here with this. You reeked to me about like McDonough, which you called McDough, right? No! Fucking Homer Simpson. I love it though. I might use that. Trademark it or something. I don't know. Anyway, McDough! No! Anyway, y'all have your flavors, right? But I'm very much in the mindset of anything you two touched inside of any of your fucking careers to probably be revisited. Anyway, so your superheroes came in alley. They already did this, motherfucker. With intention, falsely, knowingly, with crackheads, that the whales chose over their own sons, as you can revisit in WJHL pieces. It's there for the world to see. It was already known to be false, what was put out. It had already been even said by the whales, who you so believe. Right? All y'all and your only begotten sons. Hint, wink, of what's coming the fuck up, dear whales. So anyway, here's the thing, buddy. Cayman Alley already did this with this group intentionally and purposefully against said military members and things that apparently you and... Is there any low you won't go to? Holy shit. But anyway, it was already, even by Cayman Alley, known to be false. But then they deleted all the evidence of that and then went full tilt with Amy Tate and Pamela Sanchez. Like I said, see the WJHL piece. In the first couple weeks and a few days prior to the boys being taken, you'll see one of their crackhead faces be like, though, right? It's great. There are witnesses for months to those motherfuckers being on that hill, including ambulance workers, and all kinds of people. I'm sure the feds as well, and what they were doing, and this, the other, and how Cam and Allie used them to falsely do shit, da 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 da, how chasing this group, all the ones you're fucking with, and begging for views and to join you. Come join me. Also, I just want to note, I did catch about 20 minutes of one yesterday or today, I don't know. Right, trying to keep up, where you're begging all the worst of the worst who have already done this and been asked to get the fuck out of Summer's case, right? One of them very recently, and I can't imagine why you mentioned it. And then she come over here again harassing, but that's pretty much a known for her. As it's fine. Yeah, very recently, and you should have called law enforcement about this. You're propping that one up. I guess that's a trigger. Oh my God, I'll never survive it. Is very much known to law enforcement and detectives in the area for having not long ago intentionally fucked with them and made false reports based on bullshit and attempted to look like a super nutter, just doing it because they're a super nutter while threatening and inciting violence, death, harm, and murder to my family and I. Blowing us away through the fucking door and shit and dachshunds. But this bitch been working with this group, including our local Scott H up here in Colonial Heights for years now. Started happening, not the WJHL stuff aired. It ain't stopped since. Oh, do you think you'd be begging that one or taking any material from it if you knew that? Or you just, oh, it's fine. Don't get me started on Justin and him either. Nancy Grace recently kicked him in the teeth, right? And they deleted all his shit. Oh, God, don't get me started on what he did to Kylie. No, was it Kylie? Yes, it was Kylie. And all that stuff, too, and what he's done to Sebastian's guy. Oh, wait, you do know who these people are that heavily concentrate on Summer's content, but also Sebastian. Oh, yeah. But tell us you're new again, you fucking motherfucker. Anyway, so, back to the attacking fellow service members. I love that. You have no loyalty, sir. No couth. So Christian-like of you. Can I contact your local VFW and the boys you hang out with and show them what you're doing? Can I send them all that in a file that shows all this stuff that apparently you're not such a good detective, or was bullshit, already disproven, already setting by the whales not to be true, which I don't guess you're going to go detect that piece up anywhere, right? No, your tiny little man feels in this group are just going to have you pumping shit at me as a distraction cycle and all this other bullshit and trying to trigger me and blah, blah, blah. Alright, it ain't going to work. You do not have me triggered. What you have is me yawning my ass off. I've been through this, buddy, and for years, because of the whales and their amazing YouTube group and network of criminals. It's whatever. Working in a ring by federal. Oh shit, McCoy! Did you know you're now working with a group online using federal means of communication to intentionally harass, put out false information, defame, slander, libel, etc. others? Oh, god damn. You might want to check with some of your old Friday Night Light boys. See where that falls in the grand scheme of things, you dumb fuck. Anyway, and it gets even better because half of those you're working for, McCoy, and with, and doing this around, get this, no shit, have attempted full out for years to intentionally, purposefully put out shit, do shit. Oh, you can't even imagine all the shit. To get us murdered or hurt or harmed and has brought real danger to us. Yeah, no shit. They've said so outright while doing it. Admitted to it even. It's great. All because they too, did stupid shit, like trying to feed people fake feds. Oh yeah, they did that. This group you're fucking with. And begging to join with you. So that everybody, if they just join together and kumbaya, summer will be found under God, blah, 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 and YouTube. Dude, are you serious? Yep. And you know who they are and what they are. And here's the thing, McCoy, I guess if you want to be part of that, you go, oh, wait, you already are. You marched right into it and up it, and you're doing it. Uh-oh. See, that's why I'm sort of happy about this. Under civil terms, buddy, first strike, well, I mean, you're doing shit intentionally. That I have enough proof and evidence that you're doing intentionally. What, no oopsies? And that you are defrauding the public. Yeah, you heard me. You know what you're doing, and all of us see your whole diet, your whole bullshit about I don't know nothing, we're new here, never talk about so. See, that's and you've erased most of that. Well, why would you do that and then say those things? Well, that's a lie. How very Christianly of you, buddy. I believe that's a fucking sin, bud. By the way, um, yeah, yeah. I guess that'll show your congregation, Sheila's co-workers around the water cooler, and everybody else in town who and what you are. I mean, you can't deny that. You yeeted off the evidence of how big of fucking liars and frauds you are. Coming to this, lying to the world, saying you did not enter, you don't know it much about, etc., while fucking around with all these same creators and Sebastians, doing this same shit and actually helping contribute to the chaos in his case. We know you know better. And so when you come under an end of summers, just now, bullshit, clearly lying, defrauding the public intentionally with a group, pushing out propaganda, targeting someone intentionally that you know is under medical stuff, and that you're also intentionally causing them distress and things that they need the least. You see how that works too? There's Sheila. You might want to pull this motherfucker out of his own damn room. Or whatever. Oh wait, that's right. You can't. You can't pull him there because I hear he brought you back into the room. This is gonna end great. I can't wait for y'all to come back to Tennessee. Y'all come on back now. You hear? Kisses. Anyway, can't wait. Can't wait. Love it. Love it. So anyway, I'm so thoroughly triggered by all this. Oh, I know queso. I know they did videos in the summer. I reviewed some in the way back. And also then I was like, ooh, this is like geriatric Cayman Alley. Yuck. Also the 400th Christopher Columbus and shit we've all seen. Anyway, I don't guess Fred McCoy gives, or Sheila, give three flying fucks about truth, light, and the American way at all. Fraud McCoy's there. Apparently gives zero shits about real investigation, detectives, cases, any of the stuff, because, well, they're contributing to the fuck shit that is slowing down what he should consider his fellow brethren in blue. No, apparently he missed all those pieces, See no evil, hear no evil. If he pretends it doesn't exist, and his, well, law enforcement, federal agencies are like, stop this shit, and the same group, but he don't want to. Wait, what? Hold on. And that, by the way, was the quickest retirement unbowing out I've ever seen. That was quick. And newsflash, dude, saying you didn't want to be the chaos, the drama. Bitch, you were, and you knew it. You knew it coming off that fucking hill. What you did was drama, motherfucker. So, yeah, okay, talk out of both sides of your asshole. Alright, buddy? And now you're like, I'm waging war, declaring. Well, fucking Iwo Jima that shit, motherfucker. I don't give a damn. I've been through this shit before. And I'm continuing to go through it. But I already got enough. So you entered. You re-entered. You stayed entered? I don't know. Okay, pretending y'all knew this under fucking false pretense, all this sort of shit, But see, now you're doing very targeted, direct shit. So now I was a sore on for about 3 minutes, because that's about all the fucking rest of my time you're gonna get. Alright? And see, I ain't gonna be vague about this shit. I ain't gonna be no pussy and be like, well, this person in 125 needs a hurry, and well, wink, wink, and here, trigger it. I'm telling you, sir. Sir, got your hearing aids in? Shayla? Shayla, get in there and fix the computers and this fancy stuff and edit the videos that's putting out shit intentionally on this woman and her children. Fix it, Sheila. Okay, Fred. You're a real McCoy. You're a real McCoy. Fuck you too. Alright? Um, you're a real McCoy about the same as you're a real Christian, real former law enforcement, and a real fucking Marine. I think there's codes for that, you asshole. And if I can find which VFW you go to, sir, I'm going to embarrass the absolute shit out of you for what you're doing. I'm going to send them the clips of Don and Candace, which, I mean, you believe in motherfuckers you like. I get it. But there are times where they even say, nope, not our son. Where there's videos, photos, etc., message, all the stuff. They know none of that was my kid, where it was already proven false before Cam and Alley deleted that evidence and then went full tilt intentionally, just like you are. Everybody's been using my kids as trigger bitch bait for years. You're reenacting the same because that's really all you are, right? You came too late in the game. You're living a reenactment and a title and living on a last name. See, here's the deal, Fred. I have a reputation. Shit that hits my taste buds wrong, right? Oh, I can rip and tear it apart, dissect it. I can see things in people like that. I can read about everything they are in seconds. Doesn't take long, right? Fuck a tarot card. Fuck a god. Fuck divining rods. When you've lived around enough, you've studied enough. People, people watched, you've survived enough monsters, bastards. You can peg them pretty quickly. In an instant, even. You can pick up on tones, even of those you don't know so well. Especially on good days. I mean, anyway, Fraud McCoy, you ain't pissing me off. You ain't triggering me. The only way in which you're making flames shoot out of my ears is that you're really doing this, pretending it's for summer. And you're begging the same group that helped you and your wife and Sebastian's beg for Humvees and shit. And a bus. And all sort of shit. And you did it for the loud bullshit. Mister, you gonna donate if you get the reward of the Cancer Society. No, I got better ideas. Here's what you do with that. You take it and you shove it right up your ass. Or take it and maybe, I don't know, donate it to National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Or go buy cookie baskets for the real agents and men and women and amazing teams, let me make that clear, McCoy, who are working Summer's case. Do that. Maybe go write the check, rewrite it, do whatever to the real men, women or the police departments. Maybe they can hire real detectives. Afford them for you, at least one. Maybe get some equipment, right? Anything like that. Do that instead. All right. I say that because, well, American Cancer Society, I mean, it's always good to donate there, but they get quite a ton of money from the government and all these things, more so than the men and women of law enforcement and real search groups and things that need it. And, well, you could never really go wrong with donating to National Center for Missing and Exploited Children either, can you, McCoy? So, anyway, whatever. Like I said, total diatribe. We're scrolling in the driveway, casserole and mayonnaise, and we're doing things here. But you, sir, are no different than the rest, and you ain't been. Okay? You don't surprise me. I can read you like the back of my fucking hand. You are only a thing of titles. You're getting older, doing whatever. All you've ever existed on, probably because of your surroundings and the Hatfield McCoy thing, right? You were raised in and around family slash families in an area where that name meant something. I tell you, dude, don't mean shit to me. But they held on to it. You're holding on to it. It's all you know, right? It's how you've gotten anywhere in your life, really, is one title or the other. Not by who you truly are. You're about the titles and the accolades and the credit and shit, sir. Despite your, you know, your, shit, sorry. A little bit of a bad day here. My foggy brain work. Mm, Protests to the contrary. I vote we start a GoFundMe for Mr. McCoy here because he has no idea who he actually is. All he's ever been are titles, names, etc. It's everything he is and everything he will be. He is a McCoy. He is a Marine. He is a law enforcement officer. He's a whatever, right? It's all he's wrapped himself up in. It's all he's ever been. It sticks because of how prevalent that is within his family, etc. Right? Can't let it go. Fraud McCoy, he's existed on I am. I am McCoy. I am law enforcement. I am a Christian. I am. Behind that, I'm gonna bet you if he stripped himself down and said, "All right, I'm none of those things. Let it just forget those things exist. Who am I?" McCoy'd have no fucking clue. No clue, because that's all he's ever been. Right now, you can be a lot of things in this life. You can be like, right? You can be a domestic violence survivor. You can be a cancer survivor. You can be all these things, right? All these things can happen, right? You can be, I survived an attempted murder. You can be all these things, but you're not actually those things. These are things you live through, you survive, you get through. They become part of your quilt, but they are not who you are, right? Once you realize that in life, well, it's hard for some people, though. They're only titles. They can't let, I mean, and damn, in the South, if it ain't, well, prevalent, right? My family, my blah, 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 this, that, and the other, and all the shit. Boy, I gotta tell you, if you're, I guess, one of those amazing ones from some legend, it's amazing. It's the Hatfield McCoy. I gotta tell you, I don't even remember, like, most of history doesn't either. What the fuck that started over? Nor does anybody care, honestly. It's 2026. Let it go, pal. It's probably like museums faltering. Shit. Anyway, so history is interesting. Essentially, if you boil that down, all it is a bunch of chuckle fucks having a chuckle fuck hollow war. As you can imagine, I've seen that before. And I gotta tell you, some of those here waves far darker and deeper and dirtier than your alls up there in Kentucky, Fuckville, in West Virginia. Alright, buddy? Anyway, so, anyway, um, you're transparent as fuck, dude. Your poor wife is a yes man. You have an ego the size, I don't know, buddy. The only way you've ever gotten anywhere is title. You know? And now you're getting older and reliving. I mean, all these things that aren't even yours, dude. Might be your family history, but you ain't the one to wage those wars and those hollows. But you're still banking on it. That last name's all you are. All you've been raised to be. And all you'll ever be. If you don't figure it out, you know what? Old dogs, new tricks. It don't work so well. Anyway, I'm sort of done with your shit. I've been through this old dogs, same old trick shit, baiting shit for many years with your group that you've been fucking around with, and Sebastian's and otherwise, and found you in this area and all this crap up there with vultures in Kentucky. You vultures, you. Um, there's already enough, dear McCoys, on who and what you are, what you did, what you're doing now intentionally. And McCoy, you should have checked in with some of your other retirees, or anybody really with real information that might give it to you. Because if you knew jack shit anything, I can tell you for certain you would not be doing as you are, and fucking with who you are and how you are. Or saying most of the dumb shit you are. Some of us do indeed actually know things. But you carry on, ma'am, sir. You're right. But don't, because cease and desist. Can't wait for your next trip. Back to Tennessee, I'm just saying. But anyway, transparent as glass, dude. You're weak. In the class of warriors, buddy, you're weak. You're weak. I love. Did anybody catch that? I did. We'll walk through it here in a second. Okay. Maybe. It was amazing. Now I don't know if it's an act or routine or whatever, but either it's an act that somebody's wiggling under Fraud McCoy's skin after this son of a bitch come down here with his wife, intentionally put out propaganda and is aiming shit for him with this group at certain people he need not be. And that I've gotten under his little skin like that and he's listening, or if it's real, I'd say it's a little of both. Especially that they're attacking my faith and Christians under attack propaganda. No, sir. I know real Christians. I have many in around family and friends groups. Ain't no problem with them. I got a problem with people who use it to manipulate and do shit to other individuals in this world. And like sell used cars and shit, you know. Or in this case, the case of my missing neighbor, you know, Summer, right? Man, that's where I got a problem at. Alright, that's where I got a problem. I know a real Christian will say one, sir. Anyway, so, and yeah, I know you're going full tilt. The propaganda from this group running for the past couple days is that somebody threatened y'all with cease and desist and blah, blah, maybe the POs is there, but, you know, I don't know if you went full tilt, you might get issued one of those, at least verbally for now, by a neighbor you're targeting falsely, with intention, and intentionally causing distress to, and times needed the least, as you're fully aware and were before you yeeted out shit, sir. You and your wife. Anyway, I don't think it a problem to inform your buddies at probably whatever VFW go to, because you seem like that type, of what you're doing to a fellow service member and shit either. And by the way, this ain't the first time it's been done. I believe Fred and Ziggy did it. TM definitely did it. You know, she wished death. Well, no, she was all like, Jody wants his son dead and da-da-da, the clues and all that shit, right? Yeah, she did that. Wow, that. Her and this group you're working with. And then, let me see, Fred and Ziggy put a false target on, Ziggy while in the military, tried to get him murdered, harm. May have caused harm. Yes. Definitely to lives, reputations, futures. But what do you care about fellow military members, huh? Fraud McCoy? Who, if you were half-assed detective, you would have went back and looked. You would have heard Candace and Dawn's own words. You would have seen the photos of the real person sneaking around property. You would have known about Amy Tate's, Pamela Sanchez's. You would have known about the bullshit. You would have known how facts, proof, and evidence, they show everything to the contrary, and that ain't real what you're putting out to worship with them for this group, and apparently for the Wells. So there's no accidents, and you wandering up on that hill, Mr. Do these dogs bite? How the fuck would you know, Fraud McCoy? That's right. And who today in this group, besides Michelle in the last few days, and PA and Ernie and others, are helping prop up your bullshit? Oh shit, is Brooks doing that? Hell no, not the Brooks of the McDonough tribe and the $500 acquiring tribe with Tiffany. Oh my god, no. Fraud McCoy. That bitch had never. It's interesting. It's not. And don't get me started on Ryan PG and how that connects to that. I'm done with you, sir. I am. You weren't worth my time to begin with. But see, I told y'all there was some of this shit the other day and being like, I'm bowing out. No drama. But he was already the drama, which was the intention, right? And they knew as soon as I come out and said something, that's what they're waiting on. Michelle sort of gave all of it away, too, anyway. And Killer and everybody else, attached to Tim's asshole, all the things. I told y'all. What a damn shame. I'll tell you what. Anyway, I don't. So many years of this shit, y'all. So many years of it. And do you know this motherfucker actually asked Kraken to come join him? Boy, you don't want to see how that's going. That son bitch needs a new liver because of drug use. Blew his hand off getting bees one time. Still ain't sober, is not a candidate. Ain't gonna be either, because he can't stay. I mean, he's showing no, ain't gonna happen. Ain't nobody giving that a liver. That's all I'm saying. Even if he sobers up for a year or two, ain't gonna happen because he is so bad at relapsing. He isn't. He's gonna be at the bottom of the list. That's what I tell you. Anyway, whatever. He too and they too pretend to be Christians. Also had a broke down vehicle bus searching for little sober smash, but they'd only been here like 3 times, dude. Give us all a break. Well, that ain't the first or last that pulled that stunt either, dude. Shit. Dolly needed a bus too. Chris at first to deploy needed a command unit and had a 5013C and all sorts of shit. The fuck? Give me a fucking break. Like you needed a bus. Fuck out of here. We've seen it a million times before and a million just like you. A million just like you. Y'all my damn nerves. Oh, and let's not forget all the way back to Jamie Wilson and all them fucking motherfuckers and Chase and all that shit. Jamie Wilson's prison pal or whatever. Twister's buddies, that were clearly, and they were used by McDonough and the Lake thing. Don't go all the way back to there, Mr. Detective. Shit. And TM's use of Jamie too, and then McDonough and Webb Sleuths hiding the evidence, breaking the thing that are false. Oh, Jamie's under attack. No, they wanted to get away from the evidence and the links to them and what they were doing, Jamie Wilson and his potato sack race. And clearly it didn't take a super detective to go over to his page for 2 seconds to realize he was a goddamn con fraud and he came from the Boswell shit that was already formed with Scott H. and all them and a bunch of the real super dope locals and others all web sleuthing around and doing shit on the ground for this crew and ABs and all that. Yep. Now I make the McCoys aware. Oh, wait. Yeah, oh, wait. Anyway, dude. You just, you're sad. You're the weakest soul shit. You are. And that you're such low, scummy bastards that you would attack falsely, put out shit against a fellow serviceman. Wow, you're really into that God and country thing, huh? You just ruin the lives and shit, just erroneously, just for, I guess, whatever 10 cent a mile or 10 cent per thousand views. Because let me tell you, dear folks in public, they be lying about that $15 a video and shit. The money to the McCoys is definitely not coming from. I mean, it is probably whatever's flowing in on top of, but it ain't AdSense. Tell you that. I mean, I know they yeeted off Six, who proclaims her income's only $150, and nobody's questioning how in the hell and why in the hell she could have been traveling all across, up and down, up and down, up and down, continuously from, I don't know, Ohio, Kentucky, the Carolinas to here continually. Holy shit, just once would have cost her more than $150 a month. So where was her money coming from? What was she doing here on the ground? What was she maybe bringing back and forth? But yeah. Alright. I don't know, but that one was right up Nanner's ass. Nanner, the toaster oven, etc. Got a hold of Hunter, changed stories, the hospital. Nanner of the fucks with Vanna, you know, all that shit. Nanner, and the crew. Nanner, who fucks with Ryan, who fucks with this, who fucks with that, fucks with everything, fucks everything up. Nanner was heavily fucking around with all kinds of sheriffs and races and shit like that about the time that little dipshit who's been targeting us intentionally at Scott H. and others building and requests since the WJHLP aired years ago. That you lifted up, who recently and falsely made proclamation, filed false police reports. Buddy, I ain't even gonna ask you. You know exactly what you're working with. Because you worked with them before in the other cases you've been fucking around in. Somehow, despite your proclamations of wanting to be no chaos and drama, you created it in Sebastian's. Shit, isn't TBI and FBI on all those cases too? Shit, I think they are, buddy. Maybe another one here. You're fucking around with a group that's fucking with other cases. Yeah, dude, you got a problem. Sure, they appreciate you putting up numbers to siphon in tips too, like so many in this group have for years, and then pretending you didn't do that. 1-800 McCoys. God bless Fred and Sheila. That'll really help Summer, won't it? Ooh, or maybe you're just a misguided bastard who thinks that you're gonna trigger bitch something out of people, and that'll be the answer, and you'll get to collect easy because you're so good at being a detective or a McCoy or a Christian or whatever it is. It's all for little Summer Wells, ain't it? Boy, do you think that you're that good? Don't answer that. I know you do. You ain't. No shit, they're far better than you work in Summer's case, dude. They're full on ninja. Most amazing and brilliant minds and souls and spines you can find, and you don't hold a candle. Okay? And just for the record, you asshole, we were interviewed, I don't know, a bazillion times. We talked to folks on the regular when needed or necessary. 125 was searched fucking thoroughly. I don't know how much thorough you can get, but you weren't privy to any of that. Hell, 125. And hell, there's videographic evidence to such. Are you unaware? You didn't do your detectiving? And by the way, Mr. Polygraph, 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 you're late to that party too, and the attacking and the diatribe and the propaganda put on it. Long before the public knew who we were in this area, we offered the feds, and I know you're aware because you dripped it, you leaked it. And that's the problem with what you're saying. You give yourself away, and it will in civil courts, McCoy, that you are fully aware that we have offered. But then you're like, I don't know if they're. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. I'd hate for your data to be pulled, sir. Um, anyway, you're fully aware. And, if they wanted one ever, they would have gotten one. Now, don't get me started on out. We've always offered, continue to offer. If they want it, more than welcome to it. Help, waterboard, Guantanamo, I don't care. But this is the only point we're going to agree on, sir. And that's, well, I mean, it's always just a tool, but, I thoroughly wish that everybody in and around had been put on boxes, but then again, that's a choice. Nobody has to agree to that. But yeah, I wish a whole lot of things. I wish from second one, everybody's fucking electronics were gathered and put in a basket and taken away. I wish everything in that community had been blocked off from the outside world. I wish everybody had been put on boxes instantly. You know? Waterboarded, whatever the fuck it took. I still wish that, so. Anyway, you missed that train on the back. Love it you're using as propaganda. I suggest you call just you, sir, or Sheila, or whoever you need to do all the big boy shit for you. And the yes manship. You call them. Ask them if they want one. See if some of your old school buddies and your pals, know anything, I mean, like, they'll whisper something to you. I don't know. But, anyway, you just call them yourself. See if they want or need one. And you tell them we said hi, and obviously they're aware that we've always fully, been cooperative and repeated the offer of all things. So, I don't know, buddy. You're a fucking loser. Um, Okay, so you talking about that D put in there yesterday harassing after McCoy's did that shit? And seriously, y'all, that bitch is non-stop back there. Others are aware of it since her making false reports. They're fully aware of false reports and who I'm with and what. Since everybody had a good laugh about it, but and her nature and Scott H. and everybody else can think they're doing a good heckin' job. I'd say it's just more compiled evidence. But notice, as McCoy's put that name on something, probably think he's going to trigger me real good, but I'm over here chuckling because I know what the fuck's coming for that one. But, and there's a link to it. So anyway, the thing is, man, that's what he's hitching his horse to. His cart, whatever. But, yeah, she made her head shine brightly, and I allowed the comment. Unlike usual, because see, since she's made you'd think somebody was all like, oh, she did this, that, wouldn't be leaving fucking comments in my background, terrorizing, slandering, doing all this shit, trying to trigger bitch me all the time. But she's been doing that continuously, still continuing to contact local surrounding law enforcement while being the actual one to harass me and put out bullshit, which she slowed down it for optics and it'll be seen as, but somebody shook us. But yeah, yesterday after the McCoys did that, there she was back again. But that is nothing new. It's about a 14 times a week thing. But you'd think she'd stay all the fuck away from people that she had clearly been inciting violence and murder against and blowing them and their families away and doxing addresses and shit. But hey, whatever, right? Same shit, different day. But law enforcement is fully aware of it and what danger she is. And you'd think she'd stop harassing people and shit, but she ain't, right? Which shows what a danger and threat she is and how intentional is this group. It definitely shows the law enforcement agency she did that to with this group and acted like a super nut during the time what she and this group are really doing. So, y'all carry on. Scott's rearing his head too right now with others. That's Remain, I believe, and such. It's fun. All the critters in the cesspool can't help but shine brightly in all the chats lately. So, but now Fraud McCoy's hitched his cart and horse to that. God damn, dude, really? You're hitching your cart and your horse to motherfuckers who literally at the same end being like, Joe, this is what they're the but she did argue. Whoa, bro. Now, what I will tell you about McCoy is you can see yourself on his even recent live stream. I mean, he's talking about his claim to fames, right? Because that's all he is. Things that whatever got attention enough. Oh, he wants to be in the middle of it. He wants to be whatever, right? One of those includes the case of people he was working with that then came and, murdered informants and shit of theirs. And he just loves telling that story, as you can see by his own bullshit there in his live streams. Yeah, he loves that. So I guess he, like I said, I guess he just whacks off on it, you know? Shit, what's it doing McCoy to get people falsely and intentionally or work with others who are trying to get witnesses or informants or killed or anything? Shit, he'd love that, wouldn't he? He'd get another claim to fame, another title, another thing to live under, something that got attention. So old McCoy could get a hold for me, I-E-I-O. Yeah. It's wild though, right? They all knew people were banging those people. Didn't stop it. There's rules against that, man. I didn't say peep. Did they? But now he parades it around like it's a story of something he's involved in, etc., right? A woman and her unborn baby, a baby's death. He's over like, me and McCoy, me involved in. Could have probably stopped that dude if you whispered. That's it. Anyway. But I can tell McCoy that if he was true to anything, he'd not be doing what he is. If he was about anything real, he wouldn't be doing what he is, saying what he is, being part of what he is, and begging for others to come join him in Kumbaya and he'll solve everything. He knows who and what these people are. He knows what he's doing now, and I don't know. Like the rest, he thinks he's gonna trigger bitch somebody. Get some info might solve it, sir. Bro, you need to go talk to the TBI and the FBI and all local surrounding law enforcement agencies or something, you jerk. Maybe they'll talk to you. Oh, yeah, they surely will after all this shit you're pulling. You're barking up the wrong motherfucking tree, piece of shit. And like I've told the others for years, there's proof. Ain't nobody on 125 did no shit. I hate to tell you that. Burst your little bubble. your money making, intentional, terrorizing, distressing, slandering, libeling, fucking propaganda boat. Oh, well, whatever. Life ruining fucking bullshit. We're getting rid of creatives, whatever. Because I don't have to tolerate that shit. Go fuck off somewhere else, that shit. You want to talk about manufactured evidence? This there, go talk to Tiffany Marie and Ernie and MGL and Bullhorn and all these motherfuckers and shit. You talk to them about that shit. AB, yada yada. Directed, scripted, targeted, intentional. Go talk to them about it. It's how much of a help they've been. Fake text messages, fake reports, fake manufacturing, fake accounts, fake Gmails. Yep, go talk to them about it, buddy. I was not planting flowers at the bottom of the hill. Y'all do realize that what he's saying and doing he knows better than, and he is twisting up. He knows what he's doing. It's weak, but you can tell it and hear it. He knows, but he's intentionally fucking it up and acting like he's an ignorant bastard and new to it because it's the name of the game. There's so many just like him and have done it so many times in front of your all's faces in the world in public. It's unreal, right? But he's acting ignorant and confused and mixed up and all that shit. It's a tactic. It's a weak one at that. Hey, Fred, do you know who doesn't do that? Real law enforcement. Real units. The best of the best in the world. They don't have to. I mean, they do their own thing. Don't get me wrong. They have their own bag of tools and tricks and whatever. Ain't nobody minds that because, well, that's real law enforcement. You bastards online, though, I take great exception to. Um, you're not gonna do that. I can see where it's going. You gotta go queso, 2x2. Dana, I have a question. How do you get online and type this shit when you have children? How many live streams you watch today? Are you watching mine right now? Oh dear. Don't let logic or common sense or anything get to you, dear public. Ask yourselves how Dana there is managing to type and spend her time watching the same lives I'm on. She has children. Oh God, the babies. The babies. I'll wait, Dana. And please do not be that Dana. Hmm? Anyway, I'll wait. How are you online watching videos and shitting on your phone and typing and watching these videos at the same time I'm on with children? Over the life. How you doing that? Oh shit. Oh shit. Do you mean Dana's just here to pump out propaganda 2x2? Oh no, that'd never happen. This too is a tactic, dear McCoys. They do this all the time. It's been years of it. You can sort of see it. They start having conversations down there amongst themselves 2x2 and fucking around and doing things and being sensitive. One will like pro this, one will do that. It's pretty much garbage. Once you see manipulation and fuckery, you can't unsee it. Just over and over again, man. So, over and over again. Love the tactics. They're old as shit. So, anyway. I guess we're going to walk through this shit you've been doing, right? If it's still up, right, you coward.
Do you believe in God?
No, not really. That was amazing. How appropriate. Let's see here. Oh. Oh, it's a video. Oh, shit. You already put Sheila as being the one who does this. Okay. All right. Oh, that one's a video, too? Shit. That was live. Oh, well. All right. Let's see. How far into that one did I touch or scan? That was the announcement. Back into the bullshit. That had to be the shortest one I've ever seen, other than some of Ernie's. Let's see what you did here.
Police officer. After years, they may be off the wall. They may not compare with everybody else's. They may not be as good as some people's. And to help.
Fuck it.
Hey guys.
We're just gonna let it play, McCoy. What you gonna do about it?
Coming at you live from Tennessee. First of all, it's not Sheila and me, it's me. If you know anything about, first of all, you're gonna see what this is about, guys, in the background.
What's it about?
In the background. What this video is gonna be.
You wearing a uniform and not looking anything like 403 years there, Methuselah. Jesus. Lord of mercy. And if these are the tactics, these are sad that if you use these as, you know. Somebody make his fat ass wiggle into that uniform again. Oh, wait, don't they take that up at the end of class? I don't know. Maybe they'll just keep it. I don't fucking know.
It's going to be a long video. It's going to be a lot of information.
Judging by the way you and Sheila are breathing going up fucking 110, I'm gonna guess that ship long sailed, dude. Sailed long ago, it's fine.
But, we're not actually live.
I do love that you always include the military in America. That's great. Were you wearing it today in this one? I didn't look really and listen for a second when I blipped in. Were you wearing it today as you targeted other fellow service members, sir? Shit. Happened to codes and stuff.
Tennessee, but we will before long. We will be before long.
Good
Anybody
for
knows
you.
Fred McCoy knows. Challenge accepted. Knows doesn't.
Challenge accepted. Hell, bro, this game's already over. It was over before you begun. You were already in this shit with this group and Sebastian's and others and already talking about Summer. This shit was over before it begun. Which is why I never really followed you. I was like, geriatric came in early. But now that you've been doing all this shit, intentionally and purposefully and whatever, at the Sister Diddling Finger of Don Wells and crew, you know, see, now we got problems. But this shit was done over before it began. I don't know what kind of war you think you're waging. But, bro, your battleship was sunk when you and Sheila waded your way up there and then helped put out propaganda and push it out with this group. Intentionally targeting motherfuckers. Under the guise of faith, Marine Corps, teacherdom, Christianity, all the, I mean, just like detective, whatever the fuck, you asshole. And you literally hitched your horse and cart, whatever, somebody who has directly threatened us, doxed us recently, and filed false police reports, acting like another to try to get by with it. For him with this group as Nana was doing shit on the ground around certain times that certain shit was going on. Mm-hmm. I tell you, sport was over before it began. I know you want a long-lived war. It's in your genetics. I know you want one of your own. You want to win one. Just one. All you gotta do is, I mean, I told you I'd come join that Easter egg fight in the Hollow next year. I did. I told you. You don't throw eggs? We'll throw eggs. Because that's how much of a joke you and the fucking Hatfield shit's become, buddy. That's what you are now. Like an entry fee to a fucking egg fight. Don't throw eggs at me. You picked the wrong hole to throw eggs at. The wrong hill, motherfucker. But don't you and your family know all about that? Shit, make a museum about it, Fred. But this war was over before it began. Because you're that weak. And you did the wrong thing. You chose the wrong things in life. You chose to do wrong. You're terrible. You are a terrible fucking human being for what you're doing. I don't give a shit what title you want to hide under, or prop up under, or do whatever to, or try to justify what you're doing right now. You suck as a fucking human being. You ain't getting no fucking more from me. What you gonna get is some goddamn paperwork. That's what the fuck you're gonna get. Sued for every fucking penny you got. And, bitch, I talk about donations. I'll put that in either good, like domestic violence, like fucking the sheriff's departments, whatever else. I don't want a penny either. Never have. But, I mean, people like you make me want to vomit. Anybody out here in the real world who can see people like you and that you're transparent as glass, you also make them want to vomit. Real Christians, real service members, shit like that. I mean, you're scummy, dude. You're fucking scummy. Real law enforcement, you're scummy. You gonna help cause some problems. Right? When they've asked not to, I guess you missed all those, like I said. You missed all that real evidence that law enforcement's asking for this shit not to be, and here you are begging the same motherfuckers they beg to stop putting out bullshit like this, because what you're causing the inundation of and saying shit they've already checked out, done, all that. Yeah, man. Woo! It's all for summer, ain't it? You asshole. Anyway, we're gonna carry on here. Lord of mercy.
Back down doesn't know the word. You don't tell a Marine to back down.
Shit. Bro, you and your osteoporosis or whatever, you stand up firmly as you can, alright? You wage whatever one man more you want to. I don't give no fucks. I don't give no fucks. But Churchill and Patton, you are not, sir. Alright? And I ain't your next claim to fame, you little bitch. I can't believe you're doing it. Like, yeah, I can. You suck. You suck so hard. You suck hard at this. Please, God, tell me your unit didn't let you make the war plans for the day. If you're even one. I don't know. I don't care. From what you're doing, distasteful at best. Exactly, Kiki. I've said that. Anyway, so one man war here when the war's already lost is already done. It's already done. And that, you know, nobody really cared much about these assholes. You know what I mean? Like, as far as everything goes, they're more of a West Tennessee issue and this group issue, but, yeah, whatever. And then he chose with Sheila to do this and direct it, you know. But that was the plan, right? Shit wasn't no accident. Going up on 110 was no accident. And the Angels thing and Children's thing and people led them to, and it's about like it wasn't in Sebastian's. They're fucking jokes, man. Sheila, you need to stop being this dude just, man. I would suggest you put all your personal assets and separate from McCoy. You put them in some sort of, look at if you want. Be separate of what could potentially come for him, and then just take all your shit away. Okay? I love how he's banking on his wife's reputation. Oh, hey Fred, do you even care that the whispers that might start from this about your wife and what you're doing around the water coolers, and how parents of children and shit might find out, might not like that too well, and the optics, and how many of those, especially in your county and stuff, are military, the families are military, people might be cancer patients or otherwise fellow law enforcement, any of that, um, or that she's helping you put out entirely illiterate shit, which, yeah, I mean, I just, whispers in a small town, Fred. Yeah, it goes, right? That's what you're banking on in your little war. You're banking literally up the wrong tree, motherfucker. You and Shayla.
Went in the Marine Corps when I was 17 years old, guys. Born again Christian when I was 16. Now, I'm not.
And boy, that don't add up to your bar story. Anyway, whatever. He's waging a one-man war. He's also doing it for Jesus and faith, and big bad atheists attacking him. Atheists who have no problems with Christians or any religious, as long as they don't do what he's doing. Because, believe it or not, McCoy, I have family members who are preachers and this and other, and know the Bible and blah blah, not just it. Well, have no problem with, etc. Friends are. We all get along just fine. I was actually taught, singing, man. I may not believe in them, but, I know a real Christian when I see one, dude. I was taught by them. I was shown that good human's good human, and you don't have to go around banging on your chest going, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian. But wait for this shit, right? And that shit really don't add up. Joined the Marine Corps at 17, was a born-again Christian at 16. Jesus, how much were you backsliding before 16? You need to be saved again, dude.
I'm going to talk a lot about Christianity. I'm not going to talk a lot about this stuff because McCoy knows. Challenge accepted. Knows, doesn't back down, doesn't know the word.
Nobody issued a challenge, motherfucker. Nobody issued a challenge. Because there ain't one to be had. You know? He missed it all the years. All this shit's been done, buddy. You're just following other people's war plans and shit that already failed. In certain ways, it already failed. Should have wrote a new war plan.
You don't tell a Marine to back down. When the Marine Corps.
Does anybody recall any of us being like, dear Marine, back down? No. But that's all you are, right? That's all you can think of yourself, depending on situation. Tell the Marine. That's all you are, titles and names, dude. Do you even know who you are behind all that shit?
When I was 17 years old, guys. Born again Christian when I was 16. Now, I'm not going to talk a lot about Christianity. I'm not going to talk a lot about this stuff because...
I got a question. And the one today, though, did he then talk about Christianity again? How many more times in this shit does he mention Christianity's Christian? Something under your skin there, McCoy? What's up? Jesus.
I'm not worthy to wash my Lord and Savior's feet.
All I can hear is Garth and whatever in that movie. I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy. Yeah, you ain't worthy of much other than being a fucking schmuck who spreads his titles about in his fucking little ego. Hey Fred, I bet mine slaps my fucking leg and yours don't. Well, it might at this age. Do your balls hang low? Do they wobble to and fro? Can you tie 'em in a knot? Can you tie 'em in a bow? You know, something about continental soldiers and horse shit and macaroni and feathers.
People can
That last part, it was a total mishmash. It's okay, I'm old, I'm confused, I can't get anything right.
misconstrue things that they read, and one thing it said, God bless. Fred and Sheila, we meant God bless you all, not God bless Fred and Sheila, which we hope he does, but
Well, you had a teacher on hand who clearly was the one behind all the computers and the tech stuff, old man. You should have done something better than that. You think that as a teacher, she would have. I'm sure she don't allow students to use that AI horse shit and everything else, but I'm sure they do. They cheat. She should have probably been able to use it better. So it seemed like there was some punctuation there to where the goddamn programming and the shit y'all yeeted that into said it correctly. Then maybe you wouldn't be the ass of jokes. But I can't believe a teacher was sitting right beside you making those videos where you're bowing out for God and country and whatever else, you know, and damn. I don't know, man. I don't think I'd want that teacher to do whatever y'all say, right?
God bless from Fred and Sheila. People misconstrued that. We tried. We tried to just get away, and that.
We? So you included Sheila in it. We tried to get away. Okay. So she is definitely and firmly part of this. You include her now. But in that reward fund with the vulture thing, the guy would say, maybe you yeeted her right out of that, right? Quicker than you tried to yeet her out of this and responsibly. You yeeted her. It was a our, us, we, and then you're like, it changed my life. It's Fred McCoy. Fuck Sheila. Yeet. You put her under the cupboard into the stairs. What some men like you will do to partner if monetary and greed and they can show up. Oh dear Lord. That was foul, Fred.
That's what I did.
Or Frank. Is it Fred or Frank? I don't know. There's so many in this fucking case. Who can ever tell?
Something brought me back. Now, I say forever that I think where he lead us, I'll follow, or we follow.
You know how wrong it is that you're telling the public that God is leading you, but you've already said to the country that it was this, it was that, all these other things, you know. And apparently people with feelings, which is a no-no by your book, by the way. I guess you read it. Anyway, like I said, buddy, I love your pretend war here and using God and people's real faith to lead them around by the fucking nose for your benefit, not God's or Summer's. You're a piece of shit, sir.
Now, Sheila, if you followed our Hatfield McCoy videos, you know that Sheila doesn't get involved in controversial. Sheila's a great investigator.
Yes, she smoked her ass right up on the hill. She helped you make the videos. It's still included and did not edit out the bullshit pumped out by Don Wells and whoever you went up on the hill for with. And oh, yeah. And that was the drama, and that's the cycle, and that's the bullshit parade, and the sheep driving, and all. Oh, sheep. Oh, sheep. Fuck, you think I can make some merch on that? Like, oh, my Lanta that y'all stole from a TV show. You think I can be like, oh, sheep. Bye. Y'all know about that sheep driving, right? Can't wink. Anyway, I think I can make some merch. At least it'd be original instead of stolen. Is there anything y'all don't do redundantly that somebody else ain't done? Like, seriously? Not even a little bit original. You took that from fucking Full House, right? Oh, Miranda. Wasn't that out of children's mouths, too? You took, yeah, I think so. Family oriented show. Mm-hmm. Using the words using little children again so much. It's amazing. Not an ounce of imagination to you people. Uniqueness, anything new. Your quest for something that's just solely you. Right? You and your claim to fame that separates you from a name, and that claim to fame is something else. Another banner, another title, another thing, right? You seek greatness you'll never find, McCoy. Nobody's gonna remember you in history. Sorry. Hate to tell you that.
Great common sense, great. A lot of computers, a lot of stuff.
Dear Grant, a lot of computers. So she's the one responsible. Oh dear shit. Well, we already knew that though. Throw it off on her. Now you want to include her? Hell, far. It's okay, Sheila. Just remember that if he collects the reward, by God, you're out. You're out. It'll change his life, but not yours. And then he'll take you driving into another case in broke down vehicles, begging under God and country for more, while attacking and fucking with everybody and everything around open and active cases, which think you're amazing law enforcement husband would not do to his fellow boys in blue. Or anything. It's fine if you want to stand by this. Girl, you stand by your man. I can't believe this wooed your panties off. That's terrible.
Doesn't like controversy. She doesn't like arguing with somebody else. Sheila is what I feel is a true Christian. Fred, man, it's just I'm sorry, I struggle.
So she's a true Christian, but you're not. But she's helping you with this. She's doing videos. Okay. It's okay though. Ain't that the way they always get by with it? It's okay. I'm struggling. I'm under attack. Demons are doing whatever. My faith's being tested. Oh dear, the demons of the atheist world, Satanists, they all doing whatever. And woo, and I ain't perfect, man. I can sin, I can lie, I can be greedy, I can lust, I can fuck my neighbor's wife, I can, bear false witness and testimony against my neighbor, all that shit. But when I'm caught at it, I'm just a floundering Christian, and God will help me out, and I'm on my bended knee, God damn it. It's okay. It's okay. And then all the Christians be, oh, it's okay. We all struggle. We all struggle. How about all of you just turn Catholic and go have a cracker about it, confess it or something, drink some wine, pretend it's all flesh and blood and all that shit. Just fuck up what you want to once we be like, it's fine. I don't know. Probably a bit more fun than just being slammed underwater, baptized every little bit. Or do you even have to do that anymore? I don't know what the criteria is. I don't know. I think it basically goes, you can be as bad of a fucking human as you want to be on this planet. And then at the end, if you get lucky enough to experience your last few breaths and know you're dying, you can be like, Lord, I'm sorry, save me, and then you can go right to heaven or something. I think that's how that goes. Wildly enough, like Dahmer and everybody else, they can be up there too. I don't know. It don't sound like a place I want to be. It does not sound like the happening place. So,
struggle like a lot of Christians out there, but I know who
it's a struggle,
my God
man.
is. I know who my Lord and Savior is.
He's on the struggle bus.
And I fail him every moment of every day.
Actually, wait, he is on the struggle bus. It went right to 110. Because he ain't got two Humvees. I don't know. Would they get to replace that and Sebastian's everywhere else driving? Poor Sheila. She was subjected to potential breakdowns just to get a new ride or lead people into giving money. I don't know what the fuck. Who loads their wife up and cares about them once on the side of the fucking interstate or making videos? Show me all that. Show me all that. First 2 minutes. Oh, we already killed one car. Praise Jesus. He'll be the one to solve this situation. We spend our own money on searching for these missing and the vultures. Yeah, vultures on sheep. Bah!
Hey, doesn't mean I don't believe in him and his powers and that I don't love God, because I do. And you know what got us on this? I'm going to be all over the place
I'm gonna let you know, my cat. It's just all like looking at me like, is this guy for real?
on this video. It's okay because it's me. I'm talking to you. I heard a person say the other day, I do. And you know what got us on this? I'm going to be all over the place on this video. It's okay because it's me. I'm talking to you.
That sentence makes no sense. He's gonna be all over the place, cause why? Are you pretending to be triggered? Are you really triggered? Something getting under your skin, McCoy? I know it gets thinner at your age, but like legit, something under your skin. What's under your skin? What can you use the sheep with? What can you do? What's up? Have a pretend war of faith, or pretend war of big bad atheists, big bad neighbors you're putting out shit on and attacking, and all these other things. Is that it? And hopefully people will be like, oh, it felt sorry for him, but he did it. Is that it? Yeah. That you're standing there using people's real faith and love of God against them to misguide and misuse them for your purposes and greed and shit's pretty fucking gross, like I said. You're a bastard.
I heard a person say the other day, if there's a God, why didn't God save Summer Wells? If there's a God, why didn't... And went on and on and on, and I'm thinking, oh my Lord, I'd be afraid.
Somebody said that. Who said that? Who went on and on and on and on? Oh dear. I don't think that's what went down, but it's not anything new, man. Been around here all these years when I call it motherfuckers doing this shit. I always ask the question. If God is an all-knowing God, right? Free will be damned and all that such shit. Then why does he allow things to happen? And if he allows things to happen, then it's his will, correct? And then who are you to doubt the will of God by praying that he undoes whatever his will was in the first place? It's a rather strange fucking loop there. And if you think God is whatever and he's going to do whatever in this, then won't you leave him to it? Oh, that's right. You're like a soldier of God or something, waging a one-man war by propaganda and bullshit and lies and greed upon others that least deserve it, aren't responsible for anything, and didn't do a goddamn thing. You're intentionally doing so. It's pretty shitty, everybody. Yeah, your true character is shining through, buddy, alright, and it ain't got nothing to do with Jesus, America, or Summer Wells. I'd love it if he would just name who that was. But hey, if he gives a public idea, all these people are doing all this there, it's not just one, whatever, that he's under war, he's under attack. That's right, asshole. Block and bash like Tim and Don Wells and Benny and whoever else, buddy. Get the dirty job done for all the real monsters. Do that. Do the demon's work. Because that's what you're doing, you fucking motherfucker. That's what you're doing. The Demon Wells of 110. Regardless of June 15th.
I'd be afraid. I'd scare me to death to talk like that. If you've ever known our heaven...
I'd scare me to death talking like that. Well, what about the rest of your shit talk? It's lies, propaganda, bullshit, intentional targeting, harm, etc., directing, working with a shitty-ass group you know is shit. What about all that fraudulent shit, fucked up shit, and intentional shit? That don't scare you to death? Or what, Jesus gonna forgive that? Right? He's gonna forgive all your fucking sins here, buddy? Because all them, oh boy. Oh boy. You got a whole litany going on. But that's cool, because Jesus is leading you. You think Jesus is leading you to commit this many sins? I'm confused. You said where he leadeth, I follow. Is he leading you into committing this many sins? In this many videos that Sheila does whatever in her human freedom to do so, and y'all just backsliding or some shit, right? Is that it? I mean, is that motherfucking it, McCoy? Jesus led you to commit this many sins on the regular these days. Okay, well, damn. I mean, if Jesus is what led you to one hand and to continue to do this, and you're lying, and there's evidence and proof, and your own words show that you know that, and that you are doing the opposite, that is not the Lord's work, sir. That's your free will to do so, and you're committing these sins. Oh boy. Born again Christian, you say. Was that before or after you got free drinks on me at the bar? In the rink? Oh, wait. Shit. You did all that? Boy, that wasn't water in the wine. Who taught you how to fish? Or did they just give you a fish? I think somebody just gave you a fish and some bait, McCoy. And I love how you're about love thy neighbor, but you got jokes about other religious folks and LGBTQ people up there with your, gone fishing video you did prior. That's such love thy neighbor shit right there, McCoy. Anyway, I just want to know. It would appear, y'all, that what we have here is a man who was handed a fish, but wasn't taught how to fish. Right? He was handed a last name. He signed up for a title. He was handed a Bible. All these things. He was handed, most likely, his position as law enforcement in that town because of his last name. Tolerated because of that. He thinks he's something special because the area still holds shit for that name and the stories and legends. That's about it, sum and total of it. Get it? Anyway. Yeah, it looks like he's always been handed fish from birth. Not taught to fish. That's tragic. I hate that for you. Maybe this is a loaf of bread thing. He's just gonna raise it up. Again. This is like some fucking resurrection shit. Don't tell them. Only the Lord can turn this around. Really? No, I'm gonna bet the real men and women of law enforcement federal agencies are turning it around. I'm gonna bet real lawyers eventually will turn shit like this around and make laws to where the Fred and Sheilas, Cam and Alleys, the BKs, all this other shit, Molly Goes, and whoever else is fist bumping, headlining it, where this cannot continue. I'm gonna bet. Right? And so be it if one of them is really led by God to make change and to solve cases. The real ones that do that have real faith and don't use it to cover in and say they're letteth by and to harm other individuals with. Got no problem with that.
Father, if you've ever been saved and baptized and felt that inside of you, you know there's a God. There's no denying it. You know it.
Afraid you won't believe this, but at one time in my life, I felt that. That call to Jesus and peace. I too was saved. I figured out fairly quickly as a child, though, that those things are also eliciting fear, and it's which should not be put on children. But it's not here nor there. But I realized the adults around me were creating that sense of shit. I didn't like it. This feeling is tingling. And then I realized science says those are dopamine releases and shit. that are much like, and they hit the same centers as drug use in your brain. Have you ever heard Timmy Atherton, whatever the fuck his name is, do that weird shit that even Don Wells like, holy shit, is he coming his pants at the prayers for summer? You ever heard that? That's what that is. Because he has been in, I mean, just, oh boy, that boy. And I'm sorry, Timmy, alright, I'm sorry, dude. But, seriously, Don really did give you that look because that's how Jesus he is. He did not see it as a super prayer. He was wondering if you're getting off your pants. I can't help it. And I do think Timmy's a little, and so I don't want to talk shit about him, but that's weird. Okay. But that's what that is. It's a prime example of that. It's the dopamine it releases into certain regions of the brain. It's what happens in church when everybody's like, oh, I'm Christian, I'm Christian. It's the same thing. It's drug use. It's whatever. Anyway, once you become aware of that, you don't go back. Okay? Um, I was one of those kids who questioned everything. One of those adults who still questions everything, puts it together mainly, studies, researches, finds real research, not just algorithms and wind tunnels and encapsulations and whatever. You know, I try my best to push back against cognitive dissonance and, blinders and shit. I try hard not to stay within my own zone and look at things that don't even make me happy, but research or this and the other, studies and whatever and data collected, they might go against my own views and what I think or believe, and then I compile things and I've done that my whole life. And, I was taught that the day that you stop learning or being willing to learn or whatever is the day you stop growing and actually living. And so every day of my life, I'm willing to do that, but a lot aren't, especially from the South. It's a thing. It's a bred-in thing because you don't go against what the beliefs of your family, your names, your this, your that's, whatever. You stay stationary and you follow along with the footsteps of the ones prior to you, and it's very hard to set in the South, especially. But and I think with a lot around the world, but you can grow as a human being, or you can stay stationary in what everybody before you was and what they believe and lockstep in with it. You know. Anyway, what do you mean, Peppermint? Talk with who? Jesus? Dear Jesus, please make Fred McCoy stop it. I beg of thee. Your humble not servant, JSP. That? No, I don't think it's gonna happen. Um, Paperwork ought to do it, though. Oh, Fred. You see, there's where Fred fucked up. I told others, when Dawn was doing the finger thing over uh, based on lies and shit, because Dawn tells me feels still about women and his own issues, and, all women who speak out against shit like that are, mumble truths or whatever about men and monsters and such. Yeah, they all do that. Anyway, and Don ain't ever stopped, nor does his team here online. But anyway, I giggled with others, and I was like, shit, maybe I should call Fred. He put his number out. Maybe I should talk to him. But Fred missed the boat, much like he missed the war. He sure did. Hate that for him. But Fred cummed his pants on the thoughts of clicks, views, and fame a little too quickly, or he might have had something worth a fuck to play for the audiences and these little sheeps. We might just start calling him Fuck Up Fred. Just his pants like a whole bunch of these, cheese wrapper Pomeranian pissing, like Doohickey did with Penny and all that, and then all the rest of the cycles we've seen, and, oh, Jesus. They do that. Or when, like, Ryan and them, they were, like, worried that people were talking about the paperwork, and they and them knew about it, and they were all like, I know, at least can't. They were hint-winking them, they're afraid one would get to the release of or saying the thing first, and they just had to let everybody else know they knew everything. Oh, and that was well before the paperwork came out. All that, remember? So many examples of that, too. Or Justin, when he was yeeted off the shit to do that in Michael Vaughn's case, all that. No, he couldn't keep it to himself either. Yeah, all that. We'll call that, Kentucky erectile dysfunction.
We may not live up to God's standards or what He wants us to be, but we know that feeling. If you've ever had that feeling, you know it.
Yeah, you ain't living up to. Well, I don't know. It depends on how you read that book and your understanding of it, but or books, or all the things taken out of it and hidden throughout the centuries, that type of shit. But anyway, what you want to acknowledge and what you don't, and cherry picking and all that shit. But I tell you what, buddy, if God leadeth you to sin and keep sinning and attacking and hurting innocent people and their children and shit under the guise of Him and police and teachers and all that, if He's leading you to evil, buddy, I don't think that's God speaking to you. I think that's Satan. That's what they say anyway. And ain't there something about how Satan will make you think that he is, and I mean, did you listen real close? Are you sure? Because I feel like you're being led by the wrong character in that book. Something's happening. It ain't no good. Yeah, I don't know, but free will and all, buddy.
First thing I want to do, I'm getting plumb off my notes.
Plumb off.
I want to talk to Clutch Your Pearls, Michelle After Dark, J for Justice, Unlock Your Reality.
Okay. Some of those were with you in and around Sebastian's and stuff there, sir, and you came awareness to them during the vulture time. But before you start check, it's fine. Anyway, the thing is here, buddy, you're fully aware Justin's a fraud and hot mess. This everybody's done to people, went real life on throughout the years. Are you aware J4 helps run bullshit with McDonough and others, and we can leave you hopeless, all that shit, squall, etc., connected to 110, first attempts at marathons, set it, all this other shit. Oh, and rewards, and fake tip line. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, you aware what Nancy Grace just did to Justin for his fuckery and ICUs? Oh shit, and don't anybody tell you what hell they've been doing in summer recently, especially since last year. The same group. Shit, they're really about that Lord's work and summer's work too. But you know that. You know what they did in summer, or, Sebastian's as well, and what they're doing. It's fine, right? Woo boy. That's who you're gonna pick, huh? Let's carry on with this list. And this ain't the first time. In other cases, he's always begging for Michelle and big ones, right, in this league to join him, I don't care if y'all share my info, McDonough share my info tagging. He's as bad as that fucking jerk off over there does the book writing in the back scenes for some years under some names. Always tagging everybody, right? McCoy's thirsty over here. He don't care who he works with. And man. Ooh. And don't tell us you don't know about their histories and you didn't watch them real time in Sebastian's and others, or even in Summers, sir. You're well aware what these people are and the chaos they've caused and how law enforcement's been like, fuck you to all of them. And even the original tragedy pimps like Nancy Grace were like, oh man, we're just like, fuck this, and your made up manufactured shit. But that's who you're begging. But he does this all the time in each case. Come to me, come join, y'all help. I don't care if you share my videos and his tags the best and the mid highs here in this group. That ain't about summer, dude. That's about you wanting clicks, views, and shit. And then most people will see your imaginary war and how Fred McCoy's being attacked and blah 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 and Faith and blah 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 and taking cheap blah blah for a ride, motherfucker.
Killer, Chris McDowell.
Did you hear that, Relic? Relic's in the chat right now. One of them. Whoever's typing for Relic half time, right? There's many. It's Legion over here. Total Legion going on. Fred McCoy. Alright, anyway, Relic, did you hear that shit? He called you in. He's like, put in, coach. I'm ready to play. You gonna go play with him any more than putting eyes on him? Kill him? Good questions.
Duty, Rob. Michelle after.
I do appreciate you put eyes on his penchant and love and claims fame on getting or being around cases where witnesses and informants and shit are murdered. Their children, essentially. And he still thinks it's cool and a claim to fame. And working with groups that do it, or others who do it. That's great. He is a little repetitive, I guess, now. That must be the Lord's work. Trying to sacrifice their image or claims to fame and not caring. Fred McCoy. Is this how you wage your wars, like a pussy online? Under false, misleading pretenses while driving sheep under the guise of religion, God, and country. Law enforcement. But it's okay. It's just a war on little Fred. Oh, he's under attack. Just under attack. Poor Fred. Poor Fred.
Dark. J for justice. Unlock your reality. Killer.
Ernie. Y'all, he wants Ernie to join him. Ernie, who him are having a war there a few days ago to bring up views on him. And as it was said that Ernie was already here in town to distract from these fucks coming into town. Like that old Benny in the suitcase tactic for the 400th time. Yeah, okay. And then Ernie, there's somebody in Smoky Mountain really did. That's strange. Oh boy, and then they tried to trigger me some Andy shit there, and that's great. I love it. Rants repeat, man. Rants repeat. But yeah, Ernie. Sheila's a great detective, guys, but she can't figure out where Ernie is, and admittedly so, and on paperwork and all this. Didn't this motherfucker go on in a video or two ago something about Jody Sue criminal record? This there? Boy, if you got a problem with that, let me tell you about Ernest Shale. Woo, but you're willing to work with that. You want that in Summers? Oh boy. You're going to work with that. And apparently, allegedly, well, it's got a warrant out for it. That's what you're going to do? Or are you going to... Is there a warrant out for Ernie? Easy Collection Society? I don't know. Anyway. You're cool working with that, huh? Killer, call me wrong. Ain't you got one, too? How many of those critters he just named got one? But boy, we're the devils if we got one? Shit. Okay, buddy. And then who helped prop that shit up in this group intentionally during this cycle of Fred? Oh, yeah, that's right. Our same motherfuckers like PA and shit that have been doing it for years. T-Talk, he ain't doing no damn research. I don't want to hear about. He's here about fucking shit up, creating chaos and pretending that ain't what he's doing. And he ain't doing it for his own damn reasons. Ain't got nothing to do with helping Summers' case. Ain't got to do with God, country, nothing else, justice. He's here for his own damn reasons. You know. And clearly he knows. Like I said, his wording gives way the fact that he does know the truth and that he is twisting it on purpose to do all this. He is fully aware and putting out this shit intentionally this way. So it ain't lack of research, it's research enough to get up to this fuckery. He's been here the whole time. He ain't new, no matter what research does. Him or Shayla, quotation marks apply. That's not what he's here about, man. And none of it is gonna give him the answers to jack shit anything. That ain't what he's here for. And if y'all think so, well, bye bye, bye bye, bye bye, bye bye, bye. Right. Oh, there you go. Give me just a minute. You fucking serious, Relic? Hell with that. When you couldn't behave, you let me know. We're boxing you again. That's enough for me. No, Fred and I are not working together. Have a good day. Killer C, you can't behave for long. Alright, y'all. So, let's carry on. You want to?
I want to talk to Clutch Your Pearls, Michelle After Dark.
Now, mind you, he wants to talk to Clutch and Pearls, but considering his bad jokes, he feels some type of way about the LGBTQ community. But you know, Justin will work with those who do that anyway. Woo. All right.
J for Justice, Unlock Your Reality, Killer, Chris McDowell, Duty.
Now that's funny. Chris McDowell. McDowell. Nope.
Ron, Prayer Garden, Eden V.
Prayer Garden? Really? How many of the cult leaders you mentioned? Ernie, Prayer Garden. Oh dear. Well, this is just a damn sad situation. You as a Christian can walk over to Prayer Garden and think she's a real Christian, huh? Tells people to tithe to Jesus. Summer Wells. Only Summer in heaven can see it, and to hit that like button so Summer in heaven can see it. That's who you're. This is who he's picking as his team, y'all. Well, shit. Red team go. He can't recognize another. What the? Okay. Well, he is in his bagging suit. Damn. That's who he's going to join forces with. This is the worst Power Ranger fiasco I've ever seen.
Justice with Matt Johnson, JLR.
Oh, that one's being built up to skyrocketing views lately. That one. Look here, it is what it is. I've seen you in the back comments. Didn't you just the other day? Something about, and I know who you are behind that. By the way, I do know who you are. Are you aware? I believe your comment went something like, "You're disgusting. You don't know what you're up against." Blah blah. A threat. Yeah. I seen it. Anyway, you're gonna go to. Bye now.
Grace, D True Crime, Justice, Unlock Your Reality, Killer, Chris McDowell, Duty Ron, Prayer Garden, Edenville, Justice with Matt Johnson, JLR, Nancy Grace.
And he's reading off a list. Who prepped that list for you? Is there just ones that are left that have views that you would love to have? And cults already made to where if you joined in, you might. Oh boy. Are you missing Ryan and his usage of God and prayer too? No, you ain't, dear. This right here, though.
D True Crime, Z.
Ooh, you mean the one that did the things I was talking about earlier? And it's still doing it? That popped its head up again? Which, I mean, that's a weekly thing, but after you did the shit, oh dear. And did this yesterday? And shit. Are you aware of that one's criminal history while you're shit on everybody else's for one? Boy. That one is a fucking nutball. Obviously, considering their fake, false police reports recently and false federal reports recently, that type of shit. Well, but anyway, I'm not sure if you're aware. I assume you know who the famous sheriff is down there in Polk County, Florida, etc. But yeah, she's been all up in that jail. wasn't that long ago it was released either again, but been in the penal system in Florida for most of its life. And then I believe has absolutely admitted to being in the particular jail system. If you think a sheriff you'd respect, because like 45 fucking times. That's who you want to work with. You think they're all about the babies and justice and all that, huh? Their criminal history don't matter? Oh boy. Let the sin begin. It looks like you're picking all the sinners. Definitely not saints. Sure, Susan. Fleshed out for sure. It's wild. I was here yesterday. I was here 5 days before. I don't know. Totally worked.
Girl, Summit Ridge Ranch, Unsolved Archives, Midnight Report, Kraken, and I'm sure.
Sorry, he's busy with his drug addiction and attempting to fleece the world with religion, and he thought that he actually is a candidate for a new liver. Give it a day or two after he hears this, he'll be back to try to get some money on targeting us falsely again. Same shit you are. I'm sure you know that already, though. Because cracking comes to mind for you because these are the videos you've watched, and you're fully aware of bullshit in the first place. And, oh, dear. Oh, dear, and there was already evidence and proof to the contrary on everything they put out, and that was already debunked, even by them, but they hid the evidence that prior to putting it out again, formed with this group, including team, etc., chasing the rest, yada yada, and it's been continuing to hit and target all the wrong motherfuckers, mostly witnesses around Summer's case, doing the same thing you're doing. We're really fleshed out and everything's great. Well, damn, dude.
I left some of you out. One, intentionally. Guys, we got to join forces. I don't care how you feel about it.
He left one out intentionally. Well, I don't know about all that. I don't know who that is. I don't care who it is. That list is terrible. And it's weird. All these motherfuckers been doing this choke fuck shit around so many cases across Tennessee. Well, that you've also been in watching and doing and whatever and begging for Humvees and shit. So, you're well aware of that. But anyway, they've already been up for all these years, and now you're being like, oh, if you'll join McCoy, we'll do all this for Summer again. Kumbaya, and we'll solve all the things. Even though law enforcement's already said this shit ain't ever. Oh, okay. Alright, McCoy. Sure. They join together with me. No, it's just that McCoy needs built up, Must be part of it. Somebody help him form his own little sheepy cult. He needs it. Price of admission to the McCoy's channel members. Oh, maybe the music. Oh, wait. This is sad. This is so sad.
Me, or you shouldn't feel no way about Sheila. Sheila's not mean to anybody.
Oh.
I don't care how we feel about each other.
That ain't the last
I don't care how you feel about our broadcast or how I feel about yours, because by now, you better believe we've been doing some research.
Oh, it sounds
We've been doing some research. And these are just some of the ones that I think has done some good research. I may not agree with it all. I'm sure they don't agree with all of.
Well, to the rest of the public with a thinking mind and brain is there, we're going to go with no. We're going to go with no in years of evidence to the contrary. No. If by that you mean tampering, hindering, destroying, slandering, like, well, doing all things, trying to get people murdered, trying to push people to suicide, heart attacks for ramifications, going extreme real life on with their bullshittery propaganda, lies, terror, etc. Also, mostly the behest of the Wells and team and such, blocking and bashing of the mole and all that. I mean, sure, they've done a bang-up job, right? destroying innocent lives, targeting witnesses mostly, etc. Getting us close to trying to get shit, blackmailing, all the things, the crimes they've committed, and especially using federal means of communication, which I hate to tell you, you've hitched your horse to, buddy. Part two, I don't know. It's all just Lord's word. Imagine asking Ernie, and you think this guy is a law enforcement reformer or whatever the hell? You think he'd know what real investigations and how they go and real searches and real things used in them and this and that, right? And he'd know even the cemetery shit's bullshit that PG Ernie are doing and why it's bullshit and why law enforcement and feds and others knows, and then he thinks that's helping him. I mean, he should know how well things are done by law enforcement and this there and how what aren't just oh boy, he knows. Damn, damn.
Hours in the little bit of time that we've been doing it. But imagine if you put these forces together along with.
In the little bit of time you've been doing it. Sir, we're aware that you've been doing it for several years now at the very least. Online. Fucking around with being the chaos. This here despite the proclamations. Contrary. We're aware. What do you mean the little bit of time? Shut the fuck up.
You know who? Along with God. I don't ever want to refer to him as. You agree with all of.
Well, your promise to stop with the God bullshit is not holding out.
Hours in the little bit of time. And these are just some of the ones that I think has done some good research. I may not agree with it all. I'm sure they don't agree with all of ours in the little bit of time that we've been doing it. But imagine if you put these forces together along with, you know who, along with God.
You mean like whoever made the whole Benny's got a suitcase bullshit go on and the comings and goings of you all versus Ernie, and then Ernie pretending to have a war with you and all this shit to build your shit up and share cultiness and all that and I'd say forces are already joined, sir. Say they were when, you walked your asses up one day and, we're worried about the same fuckery and playbook shit, and then it's like Sebastian's y'all did with the trespassing signs, all this crap. Same shit. Talk about notes.
I don't ever want to refer to him as you know who.
Hey, killer, you want to talk about Fred McCoy working with somebody? Who do you think it'd be? Trying to flush people that do things. Rotations meant to be seen, being ignored. Who do you think it'd be? Fake wars between creators, but what, he ain't holding no feels. He ain't up in his little baby man feels, nothing crawling under his skin over Ernie, who attacked the shit out of him. Now he wants to join forces yesterday. That's strange. That's strange. Now, mind you, Ernie did have a Bible study session using religion too, so maybe that's why. You gotta get him prepped real good, right? Sheep Vaselined up real good. So you tell me Ernie attacked the shit out of this fella, but he wants to work with Ernie. Me, I say boot. Because the shit's directly targeting us and doing shit. And, with and for this group. I'm the Debba. My mama said. Has a strange flavor on it, McCoy. All the rest have talked shit about you too, called you out there, and you did. But you're like, come work with me, you've done good research, right? See, dear public, that's how you know this ain't no good. Anybody told him yet about Ernie and Jumbo, Baby Shell, all that shit and the murdery thing? The wrestling events, fraudulent shit, the horror mask shit. Yeah. Hmm.
If we put all of us together, along with the TBI, along with the Hawkins County Sheriff's Department investigators, I don't want.
Well, you know what? You get them on the phone, buddy. You record them saying that you're going to join forces with them and that they're cool with that and you'll be working for them with them. And you know what? I won't say no word. You know, McDonough tried that same shit, and boy, he tried to use that as a tactic well after they'd already said that he was not working with or for them and he was lying to those around Summers' case, telling them that he was absolutely working with and for, and but then he lied, tried stupid Hawaii 5 shit that didn't let people could tell times that, knew enough. You know, he's tried hard though. But even they said outright they were not working with and they did not request his and they did not need his help. Anyway, you call them and you let us know if that works any different for you. Waste their fucking time doing that, by the way, because I'm sure while you're doing that, somebody's real life or whatever case, or somebody trying to call in to any of them, that could be there on the phone line with them instead of you, you sorry motherfucker. But go ahead, call them. You record them, giving you approval and saying they're working with them for you and that you're going to help them out with all this shit and targeting people. And then you tell them about the high crimes and shit of the ones you're begging to, well, whatever the fuck it is you're doing to join you again. They've already said to get the fuck up out of the cat, all that shit. Anyway, you tell them who you're joining forces with, alright? And you let us know. You get back to us, alright, pal? You get back to us. And so I guess when they give you that okay and approval, and you can, oh boy, but if you give the public the idea that you're going to do whatever with, and boy, wouldn't you love that again. Friday Night Lights, huh? They're Al Bundy. Can't let it go. Anyway, you let us know how that goes for you. Ask them, make sure they do know you're recording. And that it's okay to put it out. I mean, PA and the rest of these dipshits do all the time. Waste their fucking time and yours and everything else. Do all that for this horse shit here. But you let us know what they say. Make sure it's okay to play it for the world so that we know we can trust you. And these Power Rangers here of Doom. And that you're all just really about Summer and Sullivan and Sebastian and Layla and whoever else. Yeah, fucking vultures. And, oh, and like I said, do a 2-for-1 call even. Ask them who and what, where, when my needs polygraphs. See if you can beg them on your knees to polygraph the neighbors, all the people repeatedly. Do it. Do it. Play it for the world. Shit, if you can get that done, we'll all join forces. I mean, I won't with the rest of them, but shit, I will sheep my own eyes and put rose-colored glasses on and be like, that's right. Fred and Sheila just mean good, and they're really gonna help Summer. And all the law enforcement agencies agreed that they're gonna let Power Rangers up here do the thing. Let's go talk to them and give them all the stuff. Do it.
Take nothing away from nobody. Don't want nothing out of this. Now, Heather, along with the TBI, along with the Hawkins County.
And this speaks of who he really is. Listen to it close. He don't want nothing of this, but he knows his own personality well enough. It's always about credit. It's like he was, with. I mean, we don't want no credit, but those other ones got credit for that case. What was that, the one around the murdery things? I don't know. And all that shit, or I don't know, him and the corruption thing he did, whatever the fuck that was with, Hatfield, that he's like, oh, it was below me. All that shit wasn't in that one. Yeah, he's like, oh, we don't want credit, other agencies got it. He's a schmuck. So he's going ahead and pre-proclaiming he didn't want nothing out of it, but the truth is he does. I'd love to tell you this is all an action routine, it's bullshitness there, but this ain't just for all this around Summer and what he's doing here with Sheila and such and his group. He was already exhibiting these things, traits, and giving links of who and what he was in the other cases, and even in 75 and other things throughout the years prior to all the fuck shit. All this holds true to his personality and who he is, and it ain't just a scripted shit thing here. These are leaks of what's internal in here, whatever, to Mr. McCoy.
Sheriff's Department investigators. I don't want to take nothing away from nobody. Don't want nothing out of this. Now, he's going to.
Nobody said it, like what? You just used that in there. See, there's the leak of who you really are. Anyway, yeah, you do. And you really have the fucking. To think you're gonna be it, dude. You ain't gonna be it. You ain't gonna be it. Trust me on this. Trust me on this. Some of us have met and have great respect for those who work in Summer's case. We've been face to face with them, and we know they are it. And they're not stopping, and they're not giving up, and they never will. For her and her alone. You ain't taking shit from those men and women. Not ever. You ain't getting no credit above them. And not from, even if by some, I don't know, wacky joke by the universe, you did somehow do whatever, or get A-tip or this, everybody, you don't hold a flame. And probably never have in your life to anything remotely like those working Summer's case. Yeah. So, you ain't never gonna take shit from those men and women. And those amazing, amazing souls who are working Summer's case for all the right reasons. Despite all the bullshit around it. And the tampering, hindering, screwing at the targeting of all the horse shit, those like you're pumping out. Even our dumbasses who are on here clearly, but, trying actually not to be super chaos. Unfortunately, this place is made that way because it makes good content, right? Hell, I don't know what most of you do if you didn't have the whole Jody Sue whatever thing all these years. I always put Summer's name in it and do nothing but Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue. It's fucking wild. Oh, that's what you're after. Fortunes made on the JSP and our children. Under the guise of summer, right? Join the hate train, it pays. Or it used to. Not so much anymore. It just gets you into trouble and in the civil court realm and probably federal shit. I don't know. I guess we'll all see one day, won't we? You're a little late, like I said to the war buddy.
These notes, but it just hit me. Because this is not about a reward. Sheila and I don't even know if there's a reward for.
This is how I feel like he's watching. Fred, are you watching me? Are you lurking? Somebody taking Cliff Notes for you, sending them in. Sheila pressing the button on them there computers for you. So you can take notes.
Summer, if there's a reason. I don't want to take nothing away from nobody. Don't want nothing out of this. Now,
no, did you also hear me calling you a credit whore? Yeah, but you did. And then?
These notes, but it just hit me. Because this is not about a reward. Sheila and I don't even know if they're.
Oh dear, you're plumb off your notes. But you're not. You're in your feels. What got you in your feels? Who you been listening to? Who said something about you being reward chasers?
There's a reward for Summer. If there's a reward for Summer, they can keep it, or they can donate it to the Cancer Society. Give it to.
Did y'all hear the little pause in the thing? Like you'd be almost sad about that. They can donate it. And that's wild. That's where you picked. Why'd you pick the American Cancer Society? It's rather telling in and of itself, there, Fred. It would make one in civil courts believe you're well aware of intentionally causing distress to people that you. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, that'll make up for it. Hey, but it's cool. You can eat that reward to that, and then you look like a holy Christian or something for all that, and then you might get even more money than a reward. It's kind of a thing around here, too. They'll do these false rewards, marathons, all this shit, but then what they actually make far exceeds that. And then they all look like little saints for doing it, da-da-da-da-da, while they create content to raise them. They do that in every case. They did it in Sebastian's, too, even though there was a reward already offered. They went ahead and did another one. Did you know that? Oh, I bet you did. I bet you did. There was one offered by, and then they did that whole, billboard blip bullshit too. The flyer thing, the whole shtick, whole playbook. You're well aware of it, just like you are the rewarding summers. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, that's mom. Mm-hmm. It's weird you did that in there. What'd you hear? What you and you feels about?
The Cancer Society. That would be great. Sheila and I are not after reward. Sheila and I wasn't after clicks. Sheila and I wasn't after viewers. This is our hobby. Believe it or not, I'm telling you as straight faced as I can. We'll put them other videos back.
Well, if that's the case, then why didn't your channel start on all that? Why is it mostly Hatfield McCoy material, this and the other, or all these other things that weren't getting you anywhere, like, I don't know, tool tutorials or how to fix it and shit that didn't get you. Yeah, you only got the bug and knew this was the thing after the vulture thing, where you got a reward, and then you're pissed about something. You said that was deceitful. You want to tell us what happened there and why you think that reward thing, and after y'all at least got 10 of the 35K, what do you think went down? It was deceitful? And why date nights only occurred after rewards were announced for the vulture period?
back up. All the videos will be put back up now, and we'll be making more.
And that's a hell of a 6 night date night, don't you think? But you came up with it. And that's okay, that 10K changed your life. Shit, if you got retirement, pensions, and all this stuff, then how in the fuck does 10K change your lives? Then why are you driving 2 broke down beater bastard cars on the highway to... What are you doing, buddy?
Not for clicks, not for... We had a video made, ready to come out. We knew when it come out, it would probably be controversial. It would be because I think it's revealing to as an investigator, and as 2 investigators, pretend she's here with me. She just don't.
Oh, you just called her an investigator, giving the public an idea. Uh-oh. You include her at the worst of times.
Take part because my conversation may go south at any time. I'm struggling. I'm a struggling Christian.
See, I told you. It's okay, he can do whatever he wants. He's struggling as a Christian. He can sin all he likes. He's a struggling Christian. Y'all get in this chat and be like, that's fine. We all go through those periods. You just keep doing all this sinning. And if you're fully aware that you're struggling and that what you're about to do is wrong and you didn't change the course of that, well, that's called free fucking will. Fred? You struggle and you know it, instead of revisiting your faith and knowing that's wrong and sinning and doing all this horseshit. Setting this heads up, you're just waiting on people to justify it for you. Other Christians who are buying your bullshit. Because it's fine, we all struggle. But you carry on sinning and doing all the wrong things and lying on people and targeting them and hurting real people and making things up and putting it out in public that destroys their lives, reputation. It's fine. Because McCoy wants or needs something as a hole filler in his whole universe. That's cool. Destroy innocent people and target witnesses and shit around cases. I mean, it's best, we can call ourselves because we ain't done nothing. Nothing bad, nefarious, period on Ben Hill, or the summer. So, I don't know, buddy. But I guess like many, that, and you know that there's payment and money and strange change that changes hands if you target and fucking attack those.
I'm not. Who was it? I'm more like Peter. I just soon probably cut somebody's ear off is to let it slide. That's just not. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm more about that eye for an eye shit. I don't believe in it, but what happened to turning the other cheek, McCoy? You cherry picking? Just turn the other cheek. Did you forget that one? I ain't about the ears. It's fine. Anyway, don't talk to Chasing and Jenny and Adrian Databasers about the ears or lockdown and their fake shit to intentionally fuck with those around me. Namely else. Anyway, I don't know. I'm all about that eye for an eye, and I ain't about that turn the other cheek shit either. But you see, the eye for the eye, like, I'm generally the type that, bitch, you try to take one of mine, I'm gonna take yours and everybody else's around you, and shit, I might be even known to be like, shit, I'll bleed out and die, even if it means as long as I get one drop. a blood run from someone else. I might be that type. So, I don't know. Junkyard dog status applies. I ain't about to turn the other cheek. Nah, well, eye for an eye, but one taken means 2, 4, 6, 8, 12 taken.
Why God made us like He did, but some way we've said from the beginning. I'm going to repeat a little bit of this that we had in a computer reading. That's probably a mistake.
This is not intelligent design, or you wouldn't be so fucking stupid. And don't get me started on certain things, certain animal kingdom, and how they're stupid as fuck. Or now, actually, testicles outside the body are a pretty idiotic idea, or whatever. I mean, temperature-wise, shit, better put them out there so they don't get too hot and can't procreate, which is the number one thing in all the animal kingdom, but it seems they're intelligent to me. Weak spots. Yeah, just put them dangling out there. It's hell of a thing, right? Something dangling out there, weak spots. And people thinking they're going to continue to use them or do whatever to attack or target those weak spots, too. It's not very intelligent.
We don't need a computer to talk for us. We're human beings, but
well, apparently you did, because you did it. What'd you do that for? Who's trying to get you to do that? Same crew that seems to be using the hell out of that lately? Oh no. Don't let me tell you who that particular crew is. In these last few weeks, just doing it incessantly. My. I'm sure. Anyway. Dang it. You didn't need to, but you did. Yeah, you had a teacher where it could have written a whole paragraph, one would hope. In a far more literate way, one would hope, and understandable and no mistake. It's fine. Maybe all that was meant to catch attention to how poorly it was done, just like it privated, just like the other videos yanked down. Tactics we've all seen before to grow the drama and the bait and the clicking and drive the rooms and the sheep and the herds and get attention, and then somebody coming back out of we're bowing out, we ain't doing blah, and there they are again. Oh shit, I don't know. Yawn. Me, bitches. Me. These are terrible war games. I do not approve. This is worse than Minesweeper.
we ain't saying we ain't made mistakes. We've said from the beginning our goal, number one, was to
Nah, we ain't saying we ain't made mistakes. Follows the religious language of we're all weak, we're all blah 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 too, we all fail, we all falter, we all blah blah blah. It's very childlike religious language, almost as sad as Donwell's itself. It's one-liners, cherry picking. Oh shit.
follow God's will. Number two was to find Summer. Guys, all you people I just named, all you people, no matter how you feel about us, or our investigative techniques, or we need you, and Summer needs you.
Well, If by investigative techniques you mean the same ones used by this same group you're working with in all of these cases now, because this is how many you've been in, and you know that this is a technique. If this is an investigative technique, that's funny. That's terrible. That's tragic. It ain't worked for Summer so far, sir. And if this were the quintessential tactic or whatever selected by law enforcement, real things taught to real law enforcement agencies, the greatest minds, groups, forces, units, well, well, I don't think those same people would then be calling it out as not a tactic and very hindering and tampering instead. And telling people to stop it repeatedly in all the cases, which you've been in, buddy. With this group, it's strange. It's also very confusing for me as for you to call it it's not confusing. It's something else. I'm not sure what to call it, but as someone who has witnessed all this from the beginning and has come face to face many times and talked to the true souls who work for Summer many times, I don't recall them ever being pleased with this particular tactic you and this same group have going on. And I don't recall them doing this way. And or doing any of the shit you all do. So, pardon me if I don't believe it's a tactic and a method or anything other than madness. Right? Redundancy. For a pack of pieces of shit. Doing this for years and years and years. And all kinds of high profile active ongoing investigations.
We don't want no credit. We don't want no nothing. We just want...
Congrats, dude. You've joined the League of No Justice. The No Want Justice League. Because the goal is to destroy these cases, to annihilate, create public doubt, tamper with things, justice, overturn verdicts, fuck off, top to bottom from here to talking head news, etc., make fortunes, fame, hole fillers, whatever it is. Everybody, is collectively after, Yeah, this is, you joined the No Justice League, is what you joined several cases back. Hell, I'm surprised at this point, oh Lord, I would hate to see you in anywhere. Anything, you would have been, the first to squeal war plans, the first, not being able to take a cane pole, I don't know. You've been like a total Geraldo Rivera on the ground at times. I mean, you know what I mean? You've given up the whole fucking unit's location. Something. This is my opinion, allegedly, of course, right? Just based on what you're doing now.
I want to find out what happened to Summer and who's responsible. I think, I'll speak for myself. Sheila can speak for herself, but I think it's going to come out. I think it's going to.
Don't act like y'all are separate. You damn well know, because you done announced she's one that does these videos. Therefore, you are speaking for Sheila. Sheila's allowing it. She is, doing whatever here. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you can't separate this shit.
Come out. They've got away with it too long. Person's got away with it too long, and those people that covered for that person has got away with it too long. It's time that it's... And some of you people, as I watch the videos, Don't you all people out there think, oh, Red and Sheila's coming up with this on their own? No, no.
Why are you cleaning your glasses suddenly? You seen the light? Now, generally speaking, I take on and off my glasses for a different reason. Others do it for other reasons. Even the best of the best. But boy, that you chose right then to clean your glasses. When just taking them on and off, you chose to clean them. But you're on a video. There's no chat there. There's nothing to see there. Your glasses being dirty wouldn't have had anything to do with anything or jack shit. And clearly, just a few seconds before, you were able to look over and read whatever list was there. As far as the creator's names, so your glasses couldn't have been that dirty that they were in dire need of cleaning. You know what that tells me about you and why you just took them off and why you're reaching down to clean them? Dear McCoy, you can't clean that dirt off your sorry ass. And you don't want to see it, you don't want to acknowledge it, and what you clearly need, that's a sign of guilt, sir. You know what you're doing, and you know it's dirty and filthy as fuck, and you feel it. You gotta clean something quick. You don't want to see it or acknowledge it within self either. Keep going, McCoy.
Oh, I see videos out there from 4 years ago from people that we follow on YouTube, people that we watch. May not agree with everything they do, everything they say, everything about it.
4 years ago. So you've been following these people. You know clearly who and what they are. Oh, yeah, you do, because you're fucking around with the Sebastians. Ah. But are you really meaning those you've been watching about? Or... Interesting.
Some smart people out here, these YouTubers. We said we were not into the drama. Clicks, subscribers, or money. This case is going to be solved by God. That's true. This case is going to be solved by God. We were not into drama. We were not. Sheila is still.
You were, sir. Quit lying. You were. Just like what you created in Sebastian's. You absolutely did what you did and went on in for the drama. You are the drama. You did the drama intentionally with a group. You didn't show up or by accident or orders of God or anyone else. Quit bullshitting. You aren't part of and don't want to be part of the drama sailed when, well, you chose that. Free will, bitch. Free will. You know what you're doing. You know what it's caused over the last few days. Can't imagine the false and bullshit calls you're going to create redundantly that have already been called in because these same bullshit propaganda and all the things you're pumping out with Sheila have already been done a million times. The only good of that, though, McCoy, is that clearly all those things that are getting ready to be called in because of your bullshit and your rhetoric and your propaganda, it's going to waste time. It's going to waste agents' time, law enforcement's time, which is terrible, and you think you wouldn't want that for your fellow boys in blue and otherwise. But the only good in it is that they can be like, I'm sorry, you said what about Jodie and her children, and you what, and from who, and with what group, and you believe what, and no. And they can toss that paper ball in the trash, they can yeet that fucking TBI.gov email the fuck out of the universe, and they can hang the fuck up and not have to waste their time coming out here redundantly, or anywhere else. And they can just, they don't even have to do the clearing because they don't know, right? But it's still going to waste their time, create problems for which you think you would not want as law enforcement, former or otherwise. Right? But you're going to do it anyway. You think that's helpful to Summer? Charlie Stevens, what do you mean he's threatening to come after me? Ernie, that is. Threatening how? But Andy didn't get the job done? I was on his live, which one? The one with Andy or otherwise? Or just, whatever. And please tell me he ain't lying and you're not advertising for him to get eyes on his shit too. Is this one's to please. Anyway, threatening me how? Be specific now. Does it involve life, limb, or anything like that? Or is he just gonna come here? And I thought he was busy with the goddamn tornado that unfortunately didn't suck his ass up into Kentucky. I thought he's busy with that. Anyway, you tell a little bitch, wherever he's at, whatever. That him and Legion and the culties, or just whatever he wants to do, man. Okay. Whatever. I don't give no fucks. I invited him to the parking lots of the police. He wants to interview me and all that shit, so. And I don't work with motherfuckers. Or talk to motherfuckers who keep motherfuckering around with goddamn known and admitted and proven woman and child abusers. Especially to trigger motherfuckers as him and the McCoy shit's going on with the Benny Keys suitcase smells like shit tactics. And so, yeah, okay. But I will make an exception. If he wants to come here, again, or still, whatever, shit, he need to get smoking on this. Whoever else is Omar, I don't know, special ops. He can meet me in any of the local surrounding police agencies' parking lots. I'll bring the coffee. And we can ask if we can borrow the lobby or something to have a sit down. We'll talk. I'm not sure getting even bus stop money. My problem. That's just now being brought up again. Whatever you say. Anyway, I'll make an exception if he wants to sit down in and around a police lobby or whatever. If we can borrow a chair or two for a minute, have a cup of coffee. I'll talk to him. Now, if he or locals or any other working for him want to continue the bullshittery, stalking, harassing, the whatever of any of us, just appearing across white lines, I'm gonna send them back across it in ways they don't like. So, get him. Wouldn't suggest all that. You're right, Charlie. He ain't shit and he never was, which is why he does what he does. But like most monsters, he could have put 1/10 of this effort in being a piece of shit his whole life into being a good person and actually gotten somewhere and been known for something and felt fulfilled. But try explaining that to monsters and pieces of shit like Ernie. You can't get through to them. It takes far less effort to be yourself, do what's right, Always at Warrior's Park, oh dear. Maybe you'll find a rock, a tree, a twisted tea can or something. I don't know. Maybe you'll find Jamie Wilson and Brad or somebody hiding in the bushes. Anyway. Whatever, anyway.
If Sheila was, she would be here beside me. I respect my wife. I respect my wife's decisions, her opinions. I respect her and her Christian life that she walks.
You said that too many times. You only feels about something. Respecting your wife ain't taking her in a janky ass ride to videotape your broke oil light, potentially leaving her on the highway for number 2 breakdown run while fleecing sheep, sir. Respecting your wife ain't changing the we us our to just you and a reward and how it changes your life. It ain't. No, no, sir. That's not respect. I'm waiting for her to be your fucking cheerleader and shits, and expecting that from her continuously. That ain't respect. That's not equal anything, and that's not part. You know what? Hellfire. Uni feels.
So the part about drama, you can scratch that when it comes to Fred McCoy. If it takes Fred McCoy getting in the gutter and getting into the drama to find that little angel, or to
I just pointed at Summer and went, that little angel. Huh. Well, McCoy, I'd say you've been in the gutter for a long time, and it looks like you're still there. You've been mowing in the gutter for a bit in all these cases. Ain't much change. I mean, shit. Like I said, pretty out. I mean, I guess God led you to the gutter to do all this several days ago, blatantly and outright. He led you into the sinning, the lying, the clusterfuck, all that, you know, right? But you're struggling, it's fine. Not drama, but drama. Got it. Got it. Jesus did it. Jesus made you do it. You're real sorry, but you're not. You're going to continue on. You're going to continue wallowing in the gutter and creating drama. With all the same rhetoric, same bullshit, pumping it out. Oh, yeah, all for the little angel back there. I love it. This ain't got nothing to do with her, what you're doing, sir. It's the opposite, actually. If you listen to your fellow men and women in blue and such, you'd know that. If you cared about them in Summer's actual case, you wouldn't be doing what you're doing. If you're a real Christian, you wouldn't be doing what you're doing. If you're a real fucking Marine, you wouldn't be putting out bullshit and lies and propaganda and targeting and terrorizing fellow service members either. But it does look like you're a real McCoy. God bless the Hatfields.
find out what happened to her and to help law enforcement bring those parties guilty to justice.
If this is a genetic thing, it seems like your genetics and your ancestors just seem to lack starting shit. Probably where there was no shit, and y'all made a molehill into a mountain, and they just continued it. Started a whole goddamn war about it. Trees and roots are a damnedest thing. Some things just patterns and cyclical.
Then I'm drama bound. Count on me. Count Fred in.
Imagine that, McCoy. Drama bound. Your whole museum and your name, sir, is drama. Nobody expected anything less, you and your ilk. You're making your ancestors look bad, sir. Or maybe you're giving us clues now in the future about how and what your people may have been and what they were like, and genetics shining. Could be. You know.
Had to talk third party. You know, guys, it's funny how Christianity is, and I'm not a religious fanatic. I'm sorry. I'm not.
You took those. Hold on.
I made count Fred in. Had to talk third party. You know, guys, it's funny how Christianity is, and I'm not a religious fanatic. I'm sorry, I'm not.
You took them back off, looked through them, put them back on, but there was nothing to see. While you were saying,
give God credit for. Had to talk third party. You know, guys, it's funny how Christianity is, and I'm not a religious fanatic. I'm sorry, I'm not. I give God credit for everything in life. God is in charge of everything. The good comes from God. All good comes from the God. From
left
God.
hand. Nice.
One of the last videos I made, it said, got a phone call. People are saying, don't listen to the phone calls, don't listen to this person, don't listen to that person, don't listen. Because somebody had said they were going to call or something. Guys, I respect all of you. All you YouTubers, all of you's got some good content. All of you, like us, got some stuff that's
content. So not clues, not evidence, not proof, but content.
off the wall, maybe. I didn't get no phone call.
So you agree that half of it's off the fucking wall, but yeah, that's your Power Rangers team. Power Rangers team made up and formed of known criminals using federal means to communicate. Oh, dude. Wow, buddy.
I didn't get no phone call from nobody, guys. I didn't get no phone. How come I couldn't remember their name? How come I couldn't remember? I'm sorry. I have a different way. Believe what you want about Fred McCoy.
How come I couldn't remember their name? He said. Well, what? I don't know what the fuck's going on there, but bro, it seems like I can't remember anybody's name, but yeah, how stupid that sounds. All somebody's got to tell you is it's well, whatever XYZ happened with so they don't remember it. They don't remember the name. If something really happened, they would remember the name. Yeah, goofy sounding that is. It's not even what. Why'd you take your glasses off again during that?
His investigation phone call from nobody, guys. I didn't get no phone. How come I couldn't remember their name? How come I couldn't remember? I'm sorry. I have a different way. Believe what you want about Fred McCoy and his investigative techniques. They have.
You took your glasses off during that statement. You're back to that? Okay.
Worked throughout the years. They may be off the wall. They may not compare with everybody else's. They may not be as good as some people's. They work for me. And whatever works for you is what you do. I didn't get no phone call. I got it right here.
Well, if this works for you, is this how you conducted your investigations and whatever as law enforcement before? I'll bet not. Would you enjoy this, McCoy, as a law enforcement officer, sheriff, whatever the fuck you were, buddy? How would you feel about a bunch of you stampeding into your cases and doing all this fuckery and putting out shit to slow you and your officers and this and other down and da and putting out lies and bullshit that got your office inundated, like all the lights on the phones lit up and no real calls being, I mean, like, I don't bet you wouldn't have taken well to it, but you're gonna have. All right. Guys. Jesus, 10 minutes. All right. Let's see if I'm back. Yeah. Alright. So, alright. Prop this up with this. Hey, Mud Pie. How are you? God. Outdoors, man. The great outdoors. Alright.
That said, hey, look at this, look at that. But in order for me to bring it out, how would I have got on that topic had I not? And how I got on that topic is where a person made the comments. Why didn't God save Summer? Why didn't God? And then God puts on my heart.
I don't like any of those words. That's, I don't, not the way he's,
And I start looking and I start investigating. Sheila and I both investigating. Not drama, not pointing fingers, but investigating. And we find it.
not drama, not pointing fingers, but invest. But you did point fingers, and clearly, sir, clearly you did help point fingers. You are pointing fingers. You are dramaing, and you are not investigating, because if you fucking were knew jack shit from anything except tragedy pimping, you would not be doing what you are in the fucking least, dude. You wouldn't be doing this right here. Shit, I took off my glasses. It must mean something. Yeah, I'm tired of looking at tragedy pimp shit. I hate seeing it day after day. It's exhausting to my fucking soul. Shit. These are mighty old glasses, too. They are. They've been through some wars. They've seen some shit. I'm just tired of looking at piles of tragedy pimp shit that even through these old motherfuckers and my failing eyes because of medical conditions see. It just gets exhausting, McCoy. I don't need glasses to recognize the vague outline and shadow forms of tragedy pimp shit. It gets exhausting to one's real soul. Anyway, if you're doing any investigating or research or new jack shit, you wouldn't be doing and saying what you are. Oh, you'd know better. Oh, you'd know better. But hell, you know, fuck Fitzjesus leading you. He's leading you in the wrong way too. I think you need to revisit. I think Satan's whispering in your ear. Because he would know all things, wouldn't he? Yeah, that's what it says. Jesus and God and blah blah and their knowledge of it. Somebody's misleading you, sir. And I don't think it's God and Jesus. Because you waded into the wrong fucking river to be baptized or to hunt down any rewards or anything, you know? I don't know what the fuck, dude. If you're doing any research or investigating, though, you'd know better than this. You'd know better than this. Fact. Absolute fact. No bullshit here. No lies. No look here, look there. Facts. Proof. Evidence. Some of us know. You would not be doing any of this. And I think law enforcement and all agencies know that too. Yeah, it does indeed matter what's said by assholes like this. Peppermint, Patty, matters what they're doing on these high profile, active, ongoing investigations. The headhunters, the Trevors, the McDonoughs, the Emmas, this shit, that shit, whatever shit, it matters greatly what they're saying in and around all these cases from way back, a long time ago. Watts, Jenkins, Harmony, Dylan, Kylie, Petito, Sebastian, Layla, Holly, and Summer, Jack and Lily, uh, Reed O'Keefe, Harrow, Quentin Simon. Yes, it does matter greatly what they're saying and doing. And, even Guthrie right now, right? Idaho 4, etc. Same players, same team, same bullshit, same money movement, scripted and playbook shit. Yes, it matters greatly. And what they're doing, how they're doing it, right? It matters to these victims, survivors, fighters, their families, communities, law enforcement, ways of justice, true justice. Your rights and freedoms that can and will and have been, stomped on because of lockdown and those shitty motherfuckers like that, MGL and all these things. Son of a bitches, this motherfucker's been begging to cahoot with in Sebastian's and now in Summers. And has been cahooting with. You think this ain't happening? Yeah, it does, because their intention is not to help those like Summer or any of the others I just named. It is to destroy their cases, create public propaganda. I mean, look at what they're doing and others, and overturning verdicts, even if fuck around with. I mean, like, man, no. It does matter what they're saying, and the intent is to destroy, so they can continue to feed, fill holes, whatever those may be. But she will be found, yes. I'm certain of that, too. And it ain't gonna be by these chuckle fucks. God forbid it is. It'll be like, I don't know. You imagine? What do you think? They're gonna put out in video format or on lives if that's the case, and it happens to be one like this, or Justin, or Ziggy, or anybody else? Well, by you're actually lifting up views. That couldn't be intentional, could it? Alright.
Different things that to us was curious, was suspective. Doesn't mean that makes this person or that person or this person guilty.
Is that even a fucking word?
Investigate.
And was it even placed correctly in a sentence? If it were?
Not drama, not pointing fingers, but investigating. And we find different things. Different things that to us was curious, was suspective. Doesn't mean.
Is that even a goddamn word? Suspective? Was, were, and whatever, but not stuck. Jesus. Suspective.
That makes this person or that person or this person guilty. But it does.
What the hell is that movie?
Curious. Was suspective. Doesn't mean that makes this person or that person or this person guilty. But it does shine some light on some things. And that's when
so your curiosity and suspected does shine some light on some people and some things. That's not how this works. Unless you intentionally. Oh dear. I'm gonna. You know what? Fuck this, dude.
These other people was putting, don't listen to phone calls, and I'm thinking, no matter what we say, Sheila and I work with each other, and we work with what we feel. Not like that 40-year career. I'm gonna lay off the 40-year career.
Oh, did I hit you in the feels there too? That's all you are. Yeah, one child or another. Can't stop praying around all of it, Al Bundy. Anyway, trying to relive Friday night. Yeah, okay. Is that how you based all your investigations? Is by your fee-fees in your 40 years? Your fee-fees? Now, don't get me wrong. Good detectives, law enforcement, etc. That gut speaks. And it can lead them to where, they have skill sets. Wiring, even. The best of the best. They follow their guts. However, then you have those like McDonald. They just want things to be so, and they square and circle and or they do whatever the fuck you're doing here. But if this is how your fifis lead you, and wait, is it Jesus or is it God or teenagers or who in the fuck's actually you go where your fifis? I'm. And if you did no research or investigating it before coming in, you're new to everything. Then and honestly, with all the videos y'all are making and lives you're doing, and how concerned you're with what's being said about you and your ego and all this, where in the fuck are y'all putting in the time to ingest over 5 years worth of information or research as well as all these others? What's even there? Any of that? Who are you, fucking Jose? Wait, has he come to the Jose portion of this yet? Yeah, wildly enough, Misty Rose, people forget that there is indeed a standing reward for summer. Did you not catch the latest releases on the news and things and stuff about summer and how they mentioned certain amounts? Again, weirdly enough, that I thought were different than that, but strangely enough, right after that, here come the McCoys marching in. I don't know. 10K changed Fred's life once already with basic country fried shit like vultures in the air. But not Sheila's. Something deceitful happened with that 35K expected reward. You still ain't gotten over what that was. Somebody's going to dig that out. I ain't bothered. I only went by that man's word. He said something deceitful was bothering him. And online it looks like the first 10K was given to him, but there's no mention of the other 25 that went with it. But if 10K could change this dude's whole life and be life changing for him, despite you think pensions or retirement or a museum and a business that did well and all that, you don't think 10K would do it. That wouldn't be shit to somebody like that. But apparently it was, and he found something deceitful around it. Anyway, so here marches McCoy, right? Here lies McCoy. Literally, lies. Lying liar, liar pants. McCoy.
In Christianity, and let's just talk. You know how Sheila and I believe. I don't have to tell you over and over. Again, we're not worthy to worship.
I thought he promised he wasn't going to do this no more. We still had to put up with quite a bit of it. And then he's like, you ain't going to mention him. What is under your skin? Gilbert, Kentucky. That's exactly how the fuck I feel, too. You're slightly rubbing my fur the wrong way. A little irritated. Anyway.
Our Heavenly Father's feet. So that tells you what our Christian life, especially mine. It's okay, God will reveal.
What do you mean by any of that? You're not worthy. You're not worthy to worship at a Christian, guys. And that tells you about your Christian. No, that's you proclaiming that. That 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 doesn't tell anybody jack shit about how your Christian life. Like that doesn't tell them jack shit. What tells them jack shit is how you're behaving. And you're using your religion to do this and to hide behind as you do it. Intentionally with a group. And that you're breaking the law, you're breaking civil courts, you're terrorizing innocent and witnesses around cases despite all your illustrious titles, you piece of shit. Um, I mean, like, no, that tells me a great deal more about you than you proclaiming that you aren't worthy to worship at your God's feet. That tells you about your Christian life. No, this tells me how Christian you are and how good of a human you are and how good of a fucking former whatever the hell law enforcement you are and how good of a fucking soldier you are that you're willing to target and attack others of the service. No, this tells me everything I need to know about you as a human being, whom we are all indeed faulty and flawed and shit, with or without gods, and we all err. Um, and what you choose to do and continue, and how you justify your faultiness and otherwise, I mean, like, bro. Amen to that, Pet Cemetery. Amen to that. Don't worry, the cat just senses evil. Both of them. Evil's afoot. Demons, if you will. Under the guise of Christianity. Hey, animals know people, McCoy. Right? Sorry. I had to find my chestnut here. Okay. I don't know where I was, except you suck, sir. Okay, you suck. And blah, blah, blah. Ain't worth remembering or caring. It's the same song and dance.
What happened this summer, and he will. God's going to reveal what happened this summer. He's going to do it. We got to believe.
Well, too bad he didn't reveal to you that you're a dipshit, barking up all the wrong trees and shit, sir. Too bad. Too bad he didn't leave your one for anybody around you to tell you what a dipshit you are. Tell you the truth, have the balls to do so. Too bad he led you to whatever the fuck this is. I don't know. Uh. Mm, you suck at this. You have this tiered system of bullshitters around here. Okay, sir. You're at the lowest of the low. I gotta tell you. You're you're still somewhere above Ernie with the stolen valor and all these other things and the fake police force and Power Rangers squad of whatever, but you still even fall below those like McDo and Duty Ron and half of those others. And then what the hell is that one that was with McDo doing 5013Cs and shit and da 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 way back in the day? What's his name is that one channel? They both use the word crick. Right? He's ex whatever too, I believe anyway. Profiling something or something dark side. I don't know. Both whatever oriented. Anyway, so yeah, there's that. Yeah, so far, dude, you're the little man on the totem pole, and as far as strengths and shit go around here. Did anybody tell you about that little stunt in the Annals of History where Duty Ron and J4 and all them did that whole thing with the court thing on purpose around one of the chuckle fucks they used to push out real search crews and shit and put them in place to run the money shit around here, but whoopsie, you done live streams they weren't supposed to be running and it did things in court. Anybody tell you about all that? And then J4 did it again. Why didn't J4 do it again recently? Where that works. Which one of you dipshits did that recently and pretended you didn't know that you weren't supposed to be doing a live stream from the court thing? Who did that? I don't remember. Anyway, whatever. Like I said, it's pretty redundant around here, sir, with the same shit, same people, same motherfucking around. Anyway. Where the hell's them old guy these days anyway? Speaking of Duty Ron.
Pray. The people that don't believe, that's on you.
Oh.
God's going to show us and everybody where Summer's at and what happened to her. He'll do it in his own time. May not do it next week. No.
So you don't believe, and that's on you, and then you jump to that. There's no segue, sir. Are you impugning our faith in law enforcement and real detectives? We're absolutely certain those men and women are going to find Summer. Mm-hmm. Quit impugning my faith.
Next month, it may be 5 more years. I don't know, guys. We just pray it sooner. We pray that he shows us. We said from the beginning.
And didn't this chuckle fuck on something before this say he knew exactly who did whatever? Well, if he knows that, then he should know how close the timeline is before somebody gets cuffed or shackled or on death row. So, which is it, buddy? You know, you don't know? Or you just bye-bye in it?
Take part in the drama. Well, I am. I'm going to take part in the drama.
Are you?
if it helps find someone.
Boy, you started the drama. Again. Intentionally with the group to do it again, leading up to certain things and do certain things and pulls bullshittery until. For self gain and benefits, nothing to do with helping anything or anyone but yourselves. They always do that, don't they? Drama, bound out. Oh, wait, we're coming out of retirement.
We do feel through our limited investigation.
Now it's limited.
We think we know who.
How could you possibly investigate in anything around summer when you have not spoken? Well, I mean, I don't know who you've spoken to, but I'm about not much, nobody. I'm sure you've not had time, even on yours, to read all the databases or any of that shit, even if you've watched every goddamn live stream for all the years on Summers, as you've clearly been involved with Sebastian's, with all these same chuckle fucks, etc. No way in hell, buddy. And I think I would have heard if you talked to some of the others in the share. Of importance anyway. I know you didn't speak to I and those around me, so I don't know how much of an investigation you could have, or what you, yo, boy. Which, I'm not saying we're shit anything as far as, what, you know, anything. Only law enforcement can say that. At some point, but, and I'm not saying we're the ones to speak to either. But, how much of an investigation could you have done? I'll wait for that answer. If by investigate you mean cahoot with a bunch of criminals online using federal means and pull this bullshit and put out their propaganda as your own and revisit and redo the same redundant shit, sure. Is that investigating though, or is that tampering, hindering, and targeting witnesses and others around the case? And making people potentially go real up on them, bring harm to them, cause them intentional, emotional, and physical distress, and otherwise while they need to leave. What is it? That's not an investigation, sir. Nope.
Guys, I heard a person.
You didn't actually search the first fucking anything anywhere. I'm sure you'll come up with some sort of the cemetery needs to be where, and we need to blah, and Ryan and Jen need to go to stir some shit or whatever they think is, and we need puts on the wares and the whatevers. And you'll pay somebody, and you'll do whatever, and you'll jump on a ditch line with a poster, pretend to care, you'll do the same shit. But as of right now, you've not even searched the first place. And I don't think at this point anybody's going to buy you a mobile command unit, though they did fix your bus, apparently. I don't think they're going to pay for you drones or a transporting toilet like they did Dolly. I think all that shit's sailed, bud. Maybe one of those dumb sheep you're fleecing will provide a tank of gas for you, though. You got any other broke down cars you need replaced? She's going to fill them at one light on one or two more of them. Is you irresponsibly going to interstate that could have caused... No, surely not. Not you and Shayla. Whatever.
I've heard several people say it. I put it in one of our videos.
Oh, they always say that, don't they? But several people said, well, people want us to. There was an abundance of, and somebody contacted, and none of it happened, or there might have been one comment they seen somewhere online. Jesus, Fred, get the program. I don't know these tactics.
It's funny that I put it in a video, and I'm watching an old video of a person that says, we take polygraphs.
What?
We take polygraphs. This one will do it. That's one will do it. It's funny that I put it in a video, and I'm watching an old video of a person that says, we take polygraphs. We take polygraphs. This one will do it. That's one will do it.
Oh, you're coming down and telling you're emulating a female. Which female? Which old video? Who's sending you the clips of that? Because I know you didn't find them in the no title titles I used all on your little own. Who's clipping and sending that shit to you, Fred McCoy, so you can yeet that shit out of your pie? Darling, sugar, who's making you aware? And then why are you doing the tones of a female? And the way you're doing it in that snotty little mirror speaks volumes to me on how you actually think and where females place in and around your life and etc. About like when you yeeted Sheila out of the 10,000 changed your life shit and other things, you know. You reek, McCoy, transparent as glass. And it shows how you really feel about the female. You got a snotty little tone. You're making it female. Boy, you should probably just stop talking. You have the right to remain silent. You do. Whatever. You have the right to remain silent.
They don't want us to. It's funny that I put it in a video, and I'm watching an old video of a person say, I've heard several people say it. I put it in one of our videos. It's funny that I put it in a video, and I'm watching an old video of a person that says, we take polygraph.
And you leave the person nameless.
We take polygraphs.
We take polygraphs.
That's another.
We'll take polygraphs. Well, I don't know many around this that have said those things. Don and Candace absolutely refuse. I think their words are they're not going to keep doing them until they get caught up and also bullshit. And blah, 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 blah. I don't know about Marlene. I don't know. Did she ever make any comments to that? What about Monster? Any rest? Fred? We know he took one. We don't know what happened with that. Him and Ziggy still can't afford the $5 to obtain the paper. But that was around other investigations. It's fine. I don't give a shit. I don't know. Who's he speaking of? And you want to join McDonough and be like, with the voices and things? Is great. You okay there, Fred? McCoy 400. Yeah, peppermint. We're not. I can think of an abundance of places. Peppermint. None of which belongs in this realm or for YouTubers or motherfuckers to go motherfucking around in. See how it works?
Good. They don't want us to. Well, maybe they'll ask you again. Maybe they'll ask you and those other people you were talking to person say.
That's right. You put those hands on your hips, little boy. You put them on. Oh, pay, motherfucker. Can't grow up and can't come out behind them titles, can you? I just love this. This is amazing. And I think I did hear
several people say it.
Appreciate it. Hold on.
We think we know who. Guys, I heard a person say,
hold on.
We do feel through our limited investigation, we think we know who.
That's a hell of a thing to say right before this.
Guys, I heard a person say, I've heard several people say it. I put it in one of our videos. It's funny.
Well, then that's profound. You put it in a video like millions of others. My God, that must mean then it's been entered into evidence or something. You put things in a video. Sheila did, you mean? And you know what? Oh, dear God. Oh, therefore it must be okay.
That I put it in a video, and I'm watching an old video of a person that says, we take polygraphs, we take polygraphs.
Yes.
This one will do it, that's one will do it. They don't want us to. Well, maybe they'll ask.
Yeah, I don't recall anybody else saying whatever. So you're a fucking moron. Like I said, go waste feds and local law enforcement's time with it, asshole. You're also late to the polygraph game. Love the redundancy though. It's fucking amazing. I'm telling you, they don't want it. If they really do, they're welcome to it. Been saying this for years, man. Oh boy. See, this is where that your dipshiticus comes into play, because if you knew jack shit, you wouldn't be doing this as a form of propaganda bullshit. Putting it in your videos or implying you know the one and then doing this as a form of propaganda. Jesus does not approve of this behavior, sir. But hey, you got free will.
Again, maybe they'll take polygraphs. We take polygraphs. This one will do it, that's one will do it. They don't want us to. Well, maybe they'll ask you again. Maybe they'll ask you and those other people you were talking about again to take.
What do you mean again? They never asked us the first time, dude. What the fuck? We offered from the beginning. Offer still. They know that if ever they want one, here we are. Maybe they'll ask you again. Bitch, they didn't ask first time. And they've always said, no, we're good. Every time it's been offered, and reminding them the offer always stands. So, what do you mean? Maybe they'll ask you again. Mm-hmm. Maybe one day they will ask. Maybe one day they will do. Cool by me. And I hope one day that everybody's put on boxes, but they are just tools. But, you know. And I hope everybody that sits on boxes not privy to the results or given things, and they're kept slowly with law enforcement, and that way nobody can give them to YouTubers or otherwise social media, and that they are solely held by law enforcement for law enforcement purposes for the benefit of Summer and not for y'all's content. So there's that. Anyway, whatever. But you're so late. Are you aware of some of those you're working with pulling a scam and con and shit on our name and the polygraph shit with Share and all that and all the things included in BK again not that long ago, and then also cheating the donations and all that shit off in another case they couldn't be looked at too badly for, that BK doing it, everybody else doing it, people trying to, you know what I mean? Like, are you aware? Now I'll tell you, McCoy, in the beginning I thought, well, if I can get the best of the best in the world to do a polygraph and it be given to the feds, then maybe that's not a bad idea. But at that time I didn't fully understand all the things that are in here in these streets. It's no wonder that it was not allowed. And the best and the best in the world refused to conduct those. And probably knew what I hadn't quite realized yet, which is that, well, they probably thought that those would be given to tragedy pimps and otherwise trying to obtain us as meat sources, info sources, all this, and then that could cause chaos in Summer's investigation. And those real professionals, the best in the world, didn't want to do that to their fellow agents and those who they were still with and around and trained and taught, etc. and didn't want to be part of that. And they had a greater understanding of these people like you who are doing this around true crime and how far you'll go and all the bullshit. Whereas even at that point, we still did not quite have all the. And then you're like, wait, and you're like, yeah, I know. Won't be doing that again with Tragedy Pimps. Yeah. But I'll tell you, if ever we're allowed by the best in the world, I damn sure would even pay for my own and make sure that those results were held solely with law enforcement with no knowledge of them myself and for Summer's sake. Um, yeah, so maybe one day, huh? But you can kiss my ass, sir. Like I said, you're entering a war that was already over. You're an idiot. And you're an asshole, and you're doing this with intention and purpose. And ain't a damn bit of it about Summer or anything good, holy, or the American way. You son of a bitch.
Polygraphs. Guys, remember I said a while ago, when you're working a crime as a police officer, I'll take a polygraph. You better believe it, I'll take that polygraph. Sign me up. And you sign them up, and then you go to pick them up. They change their mind. Don't always go by what people tell you. There's professional criminals out there.
You got a mirror right now, Fred? Hey, what happens if we pay for a box session for Fred McCoy and Shayla here? And how they really ended up on 110 and what they're really doing right now. I bet that bitch would just jump right off the scales like a goddamn super seismic activity sensed on some super fault lines. The whole needle just jump right up off of that page. Damn polygrapher would be like, oh, Jesus! Wouldn't it, Freddy boy? I don't know. Takes pain for one. Having you agree to that. We got questions, Fred. What happens if someone comes pick you up for a planned toolbox session? We have questions about how you ended up on 110 and what you're doing right now. I do. Anyway, but yeah, okay. But I love how you're creating the doubt that someone would actually go with whatever. Well, that's not true, but if you put it out there and people believe, you're a whole sorry piece of shit, dude. And as former law enforcement, McCoy, Marine, law enforcement, Jesus, man, you should know this ain't the way real detectives behave, bud, or what they do. Well, my.
Professional criminals. They changed their mind. Don't always go by what people tell you. There's professional criminals out there. Professional.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Yeah, don't go by just what people tell you, McCoy. Right? There are professional criminals out there, even if they're under the guise of and using certain things to hide who and what they are and their intentions. Right? Seems you're not far removed from that these days. And you're willing to cahoot and join forces with a bunch of known criminals with longer goddamn records than any of those on Ben Hill. What is this, a McDonough School of Police Fuckery? Mirror on the wall, McCoy. Yep. Don't always believe what people tell you. There are criminals out there. Or those with reputations they think will get them by under the radar with criminal-like behavior while doing terrible things to innocent people. Putting targets on them, directing harm, real-life reputations, all this other crap that affect them irrevocably throughout their whole lives. Because apparently Fred needs something more in the remainder of his days on this earth than those who are just freshly starting theirs and such. And others who have hopefully, like decades and decades out of them. Fred needs something that's more important in their lives than anything. He needs to, I don't know, do whatever the fuck it is he's doing. He doesn't care who he destroys based on what he says and puts out with a bunch of criminals intentionally. I found a demon.
Criminals. So when they say they'll take a polygraph, my advice to the, he don't want my advice. They don't need my advice. These are law enforcement officers and agencies. They don't need Fred McCoy.
But wait a while ago, you said you were going to join forces with local agencies, the feds, you and the Power Rangers of Doom. Well, so you're insinuating then that they need you, or that they can use you and the Power Rangers of Doom, which clearly they're like, fuck off Power Rangers of Doom for years. And now you're like, oh, they don't need you. They don't need Fred. Yeah, you're right, buddy. They don't. Neither do any of the real lives around Summer's real life and Case and shit need you to be doing this shit for whatever your needful thing is, you goddamn demon motherfucker.
But when this new sheriff comes into town, the first thing I would do is start this investigation over, and I would have polygraphs for everybody. You ever go?
I don't think that guy needs your advice at all. You or Nanners. Or the Power Rangers of Doom. He's also got amazing history of tracking down rings of things that work together, so. I'm sure you can clearly identify him about like Coop can. Working over multiple platforms, and then locals and the actual dope shit and stuff working with them into fuck up shit that's actually connected to 110 and otherwise throughout all this and helping all this shit along. Maybe he'll intwizzle the fuck out of it. Whereas you can't and have no hope in hell doing so, McCoy. But he's like, oh, praise Jesus. Or, what are we doing? What's this movement?
Went to a bar. I've been in a few in my day back in the seas. They don't need Fred McCoy.
Here's the bar story.
But when this new sheriff comes into town, first thing I would do is start this investigation over, and I would have polygraphs for everybody. You ever go into a bar?
Everybody.
I've been in a few in my day, back in my past day.
Thing is, McCoy, you as law enforcement, and people can pick and choose. They can be like, no, I'm good. You know, just like they can walk out of interrogations or ask for counsel and things like that too. Like you just can't force that. Otherwise, I'm sure they would have set DNC back down and shit themselves. You should probably not listen to the cherry picking around Enton times either. But anyway, so there are choices and options for everyone because that's how justice and the justice system and branches of it work and rights, freedoms, etc. You'd think you'd know that. But anyway, yeah, I mean, cool, whatever. But oh, look, we're all doing it. Yeah, roller coaster. I'm sorry, I had a little red hot chili pepper moment in my soul. Anyway, I don't know, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna know. I'm certain that dude's a better detective and law enforcement agent, with better skills than you'll ever have or ever owned to begin with. Certain of it. I believe it. Now I know this tribe in Neener, they stumped hard for that rhinestone cowboy who didn't even have the first fucking concept of how taxes and what fund shares, how things occurred and all that, and he was a dipshiticus. But then they are now on that team, but then they're also sitting there with other shares. Oh shit, wasn't that around the time that one you just propped up was making false, intentional, repeated reports to the feds and locals surrounding law enforcement agencies to try to motherfuck and get eyes on certain things in a redundant fashion throughout the years? No way. Ah, well. Well, at least you've named your Power Rangers force, and they'll know. Incoming! We're incoming.
I joined church when I was 16 years old, went to the Marine Corps at 17, and wow, I didn't live a Christian life, I'll tell you that, not in the Marines.
But you were reformed, whatever, at 16, then went into the Marines. That's what you said earlier. You were a born again Christian at 16. Lord, how much backsliding did that take in order to be a whatever at 16? Then you joined the Marine Corps. Now you're suddenly changing up. You're like, boy, in the Marine Corps, I was blah, blah, blah. So you immediately went back to the same old shenanigans, eh? Well, that saving grace. It lasted a long time, 16 to 17. You already backslid and did all the fuckery to where you had to be whatever at 16, join the Marine Corps, and then you were at this bar shit and whatever else. And, whoo, you lived a life. So just this Christian thing, it just don't stick with you well, does it? You've been going around your life being like, I'm faulty. Jesus forgives me. I'll do all the sins. Are you sure you're not Catholic?
So, you ever been in a bar and somebody says, drinks for everybody?
Praise Jesus.
If I was the new sheriff and the investigators and the TBI, I'd say polygraphs for everybody.
Woo!
Polygraphs, multiple polygraphs.
Woo!
Let's bring in guys that just needs practice and polygraph hours. Let them polygraph after polygraph after polygraph.
That's what you want, giving polygraphs for people who still need to acquire hours in order to be fully trained in it? Not the best of the world, like some of us contacting and shit who actually trained the FBI on it. You'd want the first airs who just still need your hours. Well, shit, just get any of them. I hear there's like them love scandal motherfuckers do polys and shit. Shit, contacted Dr. Phil Donahue or whatever it is, old guy. There's some Steve Wilkos. Oh, wait, they've already tried that. Can we get a Mehmet Oz up in this bitch? Praise Jesus. I don't know, he keeps doing the praise Jesus hands. All I can think of is Red Hot Chili Peppers in the cartoon video on the roller coaster. I don't. This is total Beavis and Butthead territory. This is straight fuckery outside this 7-Eleven. No, dear. Sorry, guys. I tell you what. It's no wonder I take exception to motherfuckers fucking around and shit. Might be based on some shit, right? Screwing people they ain't got no right to be, have no concept of, ain't part of their lives anyway, never have been, don't know them at all. You know, why take exceptions to monsters, broken trees, roots, addicts, especially those who are motherless as fuck, fucking with other people's, childless fucking nobodies doing fuck shit, drunker than shit. We got a whole host of fucking dirty demons in their closet too while they fuck around with their bills of shit. These guys are pieces of shit. But there's many of those like that around here, whatever. Anyway, same shit, different day. Lifetimes of it. Anyway, don't care. But yeah, I don't know. Well, again, so used to it. Anyway, I'll survive it.
Polygraph.
Some might not.
Because this person said, offered to take polygraph. They should have took it. They should have took them up on it. They should have gave it just to see where they stood and see if they'd actually show up.
I'm sorry, what? They should have took them up on it and seen if I showed up where they stood on it. Man. If only you knew certain shit, dudes. You're a fucking moron. Love the propaganda bullshit you're spewing out. It's great.
Guys, the rest, they should have took them up on it.
Says you. Either way. Oh, there's another one of those shining moments. Fred, where I know you're an idiot. Then you're an asshole for what you're doing, and you even saying this is absurd. And, well, like I said, this is another shining moment of you're a jackass. I'll let you guess why. Chip, maybe somehow ain't your case file or something. I don't know. Times and dates, all these things, anything really. So you just shut the fuck up. If only you knew anything, Fred McCoy. I don't guess you do, though.
They should have gave it just to see where they stood and see if they'd actually show up. Guys, the rest of this, I'm going to wing it. The rest of it, there's no notes.
So what you're saying is there are notes and pre-planning of all this shit prior? You're just gonna wing it? Sounds like you've been winging it on the back of the McCoy name for your whole life, but you damn sure been winging it in multiple cases. You're hoping for the best? But hold your ass cheeks, sir. Danger, Will Robinson, danger. Nothing happened to you in and around Sebastian's for fucking around, right? You assume the same in Summers and any other cases you want to do this to, or those you want to do this to? Pretty confident, aren't you? You and Sheila?
If you guys know any of those YouTubers I named a while ago, please notify them that I put their name in this video, and maybe they'll go watch it. Maybe they'll
Y'all, please, 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 please go let them know and that they can share material and they can do whatever. And just like I told them in Sebastian's, just like I told them over there, please, please, these are big guys. We need their help so Fred and Sheila can get their needs met. And please, please. Yeah, we know your song and dance, asshole. And well, you'd think if it was meant to be so, Jesus would let him know himself that y'all needed. And whatever, the Power Rangers unite here, okay? Shit, I don't know, buddy. You're 1/6, son of a bitch.
Hell, maybe they'll join forces. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll talk about Fred and Sheila like dogs, and that's okay. Guys, if you think a 40-year career police,
please, please, please pretend anti-tragedy tragedy pants. Please, please, please make this more on your content and time part. Like, please, please, for once. I mean, don't lift him up. Well, shit, you will. And it's what you're doing now. It's what y'all are coping with. That's why he includes Ernie in this. He's okay with Ernie talking shit about him doing whatever. And then he wants to include him in the Power Ranger special. He ain't got nothing bad to say about Ernie. He wants to include him in the team forces. Me? Oh, no, not me. I need a polygraph, and I'm sus or suspective or whatever the fuck it is he wants to make us into again. Either way, whatever. This dude sucks. Wait, you want the guy who's going real life on us right now, McCoy? And always has been in imaginary caves and fraudulent shit, and a true criminal and a real danger, and was really involved in and around real murders of real mayors and stuff. You want that guy whose boots on the ground right now, who apparently is threatening all of us and doing all the fuck shit and stalking all of us and having it done currently, and who y'all were cooting with, and the look here, look there, Benny's got a suitcase pack thing. You want to join forces, that guy going so real life on everybody against their will and wants and all that. You think law enforcement would approve of that? Okay.
officer,
Well, apparently it's threatening some of us, according to whatever the hell. And whoever come over earlier to actually get eyes on him and bring up drama in my chat, and that way people run amok. Oh, damn. Same dirty dozen. Doing the same dirty dozen tricks, right?
if you think that you can call Fred McCoy anything he's never been called, you're mistaken. I was a police officer for 40 years, and
Well, I could probably come up with a few. But buddy, you're thin skin that speaks for itself. I'm apparently not calling you names necessarily, but calling you out on your fuck shit is what gets under it. Too much truth for you, too much light on it. Would you have to sit down eventually if people kept speaking it into the universe and outing you for what you truly are behind the guise of everything else and your titles that you are? And you don't like it and you fee-fees about it and whatever, but you're the one fucking with people first, coming out propaganda first, doing the shit and content first. I mean, it's under your skin, buddy. You're afraid the world might see you for what you are, what you can't acknowledge you are, and what you're doing. I mean, you have to know. You're not oblivious. Clearly, you know what you're doing. How are you rectifying it and justifying it with yourself to do this as a former law enforcement officer? Or as a Christian? to do such terrible things to innocent people. In an open and active case. I want to know the hurdles you're going through up here and here, if you even have a here and here, or a soul at all. How you sleeping at night, pal? Knowing you're targeting absolutely innocent people. And what you're doing has the potential to get fellow service members harmed, hurt, ruining the rest of their lives, etc. What you're doing is tampering with those in and around an open and active case. Can potentially bring harm to them. You're working with those who have already attempted to get them murdered, killed, bring harm to them by some nut job online with propaganda, the same shit you're putting out. And you've been in real law enforcement world where that's already happened. You know better, sir. And you know what harm this can bring to others. Then you're working with a group who intentionally does so, and has for years, violating many federal laws doing so. And you're participating in it. Boy, how the mighty ex-police officer is fallen, huh? You're willing to join the criminals, break federal laws, doing it over a group setting on federal means of communication to do that, and to work with them. And, dude. But hey, what would it be, right? Be one more story, one more thing under your belt. One more, I was part of that. Oh my God, this person, they died. They got killed. They got murdered, just like that other one worked with in that federal thing. Oh dear, whatever, right? Oh boy. Yay, another story to tell for the museum folk or the public or whatever, for Fred McCoy to tell. Add to his little book. Who cares about those real lives Fred McCoy is affecting with his fuck shit, or that he potentially can end? Mike, I don't care if he is hunting people down as far as running goes. It looks like Andy's playing with him on purpose. That shit's planned as well. Ain't nobody stupid. Andy will patty cake. The others that are being hunted down, they'll play with him. I ain't got no worries. Ernie ain't gonna show up here. And he ain't gonna hunt me down. He can continue to come back to group game whatever beep at night and do whatever else. It's real disruptive to the neighborhood. And that Fred McCoy, are you aware that fellow Marines are being disturbed at night and woken up and fucked with, McCoy? By this fuckery you and Ernie and this crew have going on. And also, they're people who are current service members as well. You aware of that? You cool with that too? Disrupting neighborhoods and wanting to work with that fellow? Just putting it out there. Oh, and don't forget all the actual agents, detectives, town leaders, and such in the area, too, that are being disrupted by it. And that these idiots and their ilk and their little ground squirrels, hunters, stalkers, idiots, local drug crew involved in all this shit since Boswell Ford and your ass for years, you ain't been, I guess, aware of, as it's continued to be known. You got aware that some of the head folks, their families, and them, to a certain point, all live very close, that are working in Summer's case. Well, you did all the fuck shit in your frenzied mode from the beginning forward. Well, but if you knew what all you were disturbing and driving by and doing all the fuck shit by for all these years, and you had any goddamn clue, you'd never done it. That's why it's sort of okay to wait until. Y'all are jackasses.
Was a good police officer, good, honest police officer. Google 4 sheriffs arrested, 4 Kentucky sheriffs arrested. Google Pike County Sheriff turned in corruption. Google.
Oh dear, Al Bundy. Google, Google, Google it, Google it. McCoy's famous. McCoy did. McCoy was part of. He didn't get credit. The other ones did, but that's okay. He's not here for credit. McCoy, Google, 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 Google. That doesn't make you a good human being. It doesn't make you good at what you did or what you do or what you're doing. It doesn't. Doesn't mean shit to some of us. Except that's all you're living on and everything else. Tell us about all your failures. Tell us about what all you fucked up. Tell us about how many you've gotten killed in the land. Tell me. Tell us. Tell us. What you do up there in them hills under that guys, man? I'm curious. And these same redundant things, they're the only cases that ever mattered to you, the only ones. Oh, you know what? Because you should have, by all right, like you should have worked many, many, many cases that stick with you, but for some reason you can only pick the high profile ones for people to Google. You could only tell them those stories on that because see, that's what you're about, transparent as glass. That's all you are. A litany of titles and Googled them and claims to just like your ancestors and such. You're still not letting go the coats and tails and things, right? That's terrible, man. Wow, you wasted your life on that, huh?
Fred McCoy, detectives. Turned in the sheriff, turned in half the county for corruption. Young police officers, young.
Well, I don't know, McCoy. This seems rather corrupt and not above the belt to me. It seems like you're cahooting with a bunch of criminals to do this. But you want to prop yourself up saying you took out corruption, but now you're working with actual corruption and corrupt criminals to do this in high-profile active investigations that interferes with real law enforcement's jobs and detective work and all that. And you're targeting people with a band of criminals that have already been targeting people in and around cases, even so far as attempting to get them murdered as witnesses and otherwise. It's fine though, right? That'd just be one more story you could add to your collection, huh? Is that what you do? Collector of shit McCoy is because he can't figure out and own who he really is behind there. Like he doesn't want real people to see who he really is behind the guise of. Yeah, dude. You're filthy. You're filthy. And it makes me wonder what other filthy shit you got up to. In the decades, whatever got you something, right?
Good careers ahead of us, and we still had good careers. We still finished it out, but we had to do it elsewhere because we were fired. Think about Fred McCoy. Ask Fred McCoy anything you want to know about Fred McCoy. You don't have to. You don't have to ask the neighbor. You don't.
He was fired. Whatever. Anyway, what's he talking about? You don't ask the neighbor. What neighbor? Can I talk to your neighbors?
I'll tell you we had to do it elsewhere because we were fired.
Oh boy.
Think about Fred McCoy. Ask Fred McCoy anything you want to know about Fred McCoy. You don't have to. You don't have to ask the neighbor.
Ask Fred McCoy. How many creators do? Oh dear. See, that denotes a certain personality type. Who are you, Bullhorn Betty?
You don't have. I'll tell you myself. We had to do it elsewhere because we were fired. Think about Fred McCoy. Ask Fred McCoy anything you want to know about Fred McCoy. You don't have to. You don't have to ask the neighbor. You don't have. I'll tell you myself. I had an interesting.
But yet you went into an open, active investigation and went and asked the neighbor about the neighbor, and they put out bullshit. And you're following it with a crew, and you're continuing to do this and whatever else. Why didn't you just come and ask, man? Before you and Sheila yeeted out this shit with a group and all the crap. I don't understand. But I do. You much like me, others think you're gonna get somewhere with all this shit and trigger bitch to whatever. I don't know. A bunch of you male creators do it because I'm female too, and it just gets it off before you do it. You use the same tactics, same what you see as weaknesses, women's children, health situations, all that crap, right? Oh, I don't know. What's wrong with you people? I don't know.
Career in law enforcement because we were fired. Think about Fred McCoy. Ask Fred McCoy anything you want to know about Fred McCoy. You don't have to. You don't have to ask the neighbor. You don't have. I'll tell you myself. I had an interesting career in law enforcement. I've always believed you don't.
Stabilizes the not crooked glasses.
Right? Somebody wants to in handcuffs. Never fight them all you want. If they want to fight with them. But once you put those handcuffs on, hands off. Don't mistreat people. We're not there to issue punishment. We're not there to issue punishment to ever who done something to this little angel. We're not an interesting career in law enforcement. I've always believed you don't. Right.
See, that right there was the hitchmuck pants snort type thing. Very confident. It's great. Love what you did there.
Somebody wants to in handcuffs. Never fight them all you want. If they want to fight.
What? Your joints not working so good these days? You can't get them all the way behind your back? You may want to practice that move. Maybe they'll cuff you in the front at some point for this fucker.
Fight with them. But once you put those handcuffs on, hands off. Don't mistreat people. We're not there to issue punishment. We're not there to issue punishment to...
Who in the hell? Where's the segue for that? Where'd you go from cuffing to then beating or mistreating or doing whatever to people in cuffs? Or is that one of those Fred McCoy's leaking? He'd love to beat the shit out of certain people out in his fuckery in front of the world. I don't know. Feels a certain type of way to me.
Ever who?
Don't tell him. Some of us already been beat on for a while. It's well, wrongly so. By monsters. It's great. We withstood and survived that too. And dear God, other men though in the universe just wanted to kick the shit out of us. Oh dear. Because we like accountability, change behavior, real shit, you know. And we're the bad guys calling out for the shit. Oh dear, we're the devils. I don't know.
Done something to this little angel. We're not there to issue punishment. That's up to the prosecutor, the jury, the judge. That's up to the criminal justice system in Tennessee.
But yet you're making sure pitchforks and all the bullshit come out to wrongly target and do whatever the people you're making into whatever with this group for some years, y'all and shit. It's not a court setting, pal. And you're affecting that and any justice by doing that. Are you not playing a role in then? McCoy? You're trying to enact justice and bullshittery through public means, changing perception of, wrongly targeting, propaganda bullshit. You are indeed harming others doing this. Mm-hmm. With the same merry band of fucks who have been doing it in many cases. As clearly you know. You know?
We're not even concerned about that, Sheila and I, at our age. There comes a time in life you finally decide and say, hey, God will have justice in the end.
If that were true and that's what you truly believe, Fred, Sheila, you wouldn't be here doing this. Who are you, the right hand of God or something? No, you're not. If you're gonna let go and let God and do whatever, and He's gonna be the one to do what, then what the fuck are you doing here? None of your shit makes sense. I mean, all of it's garbled up horse shit, nonsense, propaganda, da 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 da, leading people around by the nose. Yeah, you did just hear him say he was fired, and for some reason, segueing into something nobody was talking about handcuffing and beating people, or, you know, something's leaking.
I heard somebody say, Hatfield and McCoy. Hatfield and McCoy. I'm getting a hold of some Hatfields. Really? You might be better off getting a hold of some McCoy.
I feel like somebody's, are you watching all my stuff, McCoy? I said, we should get a hold of some Hatfields. Tell us what's eating you, Gilbert, Kentucky. Don't make me get a hold of the Hatfields.
I stay into it with some of the McCoys as much as some of the Hatfields. See, guys, I'm Hatfield and McCoy.
Wait, what? Stay into it with some of the McCoys, too? Jesus. Is it because you're a goddamn family embarrassment? And they too can. Is your own family calling you out for your fucking asshole ways, McCoy? What's happening here? Damn.
You've watched any of Hatfield McCoy? I'm getting a hold of some Hatfields. Really? You might be better off getting a hold of some McCoys. I stay into it with some of the McCoys as much as some of the Hatfields.
Now, by stay into it with, do you mean drama and fighting? Not forgiving, not forgetting, not turning the other cheek, no Paul, Pete, whatever names supposedly exist in the Middle East, you know, whatever. Ears, eyes, whatever. So you are indeed about all the drama, even with your own family. Damn, Fred. Thought you weren't about the drama, you and Sheila, but you stay into it with some of your own plus the Hatfields. Well, we can see by your other videos where you sneer down at what you think is a mention that Hatfield, the detective Hatfield, is sort of beneath you. And how you feel about that based on your name and no real issues this century, you know, but so you're saying you stay into it perpetually with some of your own family and the Hatfields. So you are indeed all about the drama. So it is indeed genetic and root and rotten tree based, or what the hell? So you're cool with drama. You're cool with fighting. You're cool with all that. And you stay into it with. Not about that forgive and forget and Jesus and your reform, whatever. Boy, I don't know if these are biblical lessons or historical ones or genetic based ones or learned. Is this nature, nurture? You know? What is this shit?
Guys, I'm Hatfield and McCoy. If you've watched any of the videos, you've found that out.
Oh dear, Hatfield and McCoy. So somebody at some point, they really forgave somebody while knocking boots. Is that weird? It's fun. See, somebody along the way tried to show grace in some form or manner. Is that what you're telling us? Well, somebody tried. You're not following those examples. It's fine. I don't care.
My great grandparents was Preacher Ants and Polly Hatfield. Preacher Ants was the justice of the peace in that area. That they
I too have preachers and justice. Woo! Let it go. Let it go.
say presided over the famous pig trial. There was no pig trial of 1870.
Yes, to mention it's famous. God, he makes me yawn. Can you imagine this shit at breakfast, lunch, dinner, and probably lights off and socks on? God damn, dude. Anyway.
But we're not going to get into Hatfield McCoy history here, but that's my great great grandfather.
We're not going to get famous, but we're not going to get it. But that's my great. Tell us more, McCoy. Tell us more, McCoy. Come visit the museum. It's feeling. Oh, wait. He's not going to talk about that no more, though. Or the law enforcement, or the Jesus. But wait for it. Anybody got any bets back there on the next time he mentions Hatfield McCoy, law enforcement, former whatever, him being a Christian or some case that he's already redone? Anybody? You make bets? How long? Now, I've not watched all this, so I don't know. And no cheating. If you've watched all this, you can't play how many jelly beans in the jar or whatever. How long until he mentions one of those fucking things again? I know you all can just say it to yourself in the background. You gotta put it in chat. I ain't about that algorithm life. I'm just saying, make your bets, hold them in your head, and let me know if you. Well, no, you don't have to do that either. But I would like to know. Like stat wise, I'd love to know. Just for curiosity's sake, and because I'm suspicious. Holy shit, dude. And I'm gonna ask Christian McCoy, are you aware some people also have a history of not liking corruption or dirty, filthy things? You aware of that?
Preacher Ants and Polly Hatfield's daughter, Nancy Hatfield, married the son of Uriah and Aunt Betty McCoy. Their son's name was Asa. So my great grandparents is Asa McCoy and Nancy Hatfield. Uriah and Aunt Betty. Aunt Betty's the one that delivered Rosanna's baby. She went to live with my great great grandparents on the McCoy side when she became pregnant. That's Hatfield McCoy history. I'm Hatfield.
Was that in Florida? Because back in them days, maybe. I'm just saying, it depends. I don't know. You know how them women are in this country, especially southward, but in Florida, burning things and come back, and then somebody else raised the baby like it was theirs, and nobody was knocking boots and stuff, and pregnant before marriage and all that. Believe it or not, that's the thing in hollers around here too, and in society in general. Anyway, let's see that again.
Of Asa, of your history here, but that's that they say presided over the famous pig trial. There was no pig trial of 1878, but we're not going to get into Hatfield McCoy history here, but that's my great-great-grandfather.
Now, he just told us we weren't going to get into Hatfield McCoy history here, but that's his great-great... Oh, claim to fame again. It's famous. It's famous. Boy, he can't even stick to what's coming out of his mouth in real time. Now, we're not going to get into the history of Hatfield McCoy, but...
Preacher Aunt and Polly Hatfield's daughter, Nancy Hatfield, married the son of Uriah and Aunt Betty McCoy. Their son's name was Asa. So my great-grandparents is Asa McCoy and Nancy Hatfield. Uriah and Aunt Betty. Aunt Betty's the one that delivered Rosanna's baby. She went to live with my great-great-grandparents on the McCoy side when she became pregnant. That's Hatfield McCoy history. I'm Hatfield and McCoy. I tell the good, the bad, the ugly on both sides.
Does that count, or should we wait until he shuts the fuck up and goes on something else to see when he actually does it again? Because he just continued. He says he wasn't going to, and then he did it. Kept doing it. And I gotta tell you, sir, nobody gives a fuck about your Aunt Betty or your bride. It's 2026. History's one thing, and I gotta tell you, if anybody watches you, I don't think they need to delve any further into Hatfield McCoy, because they're gonna take away that this might be a McCoy problem. And see where it might have all led from. What's happening now? Like, I don't know, buddy. Like, people be like, oh, now we get it. Never mind. We don't need all the history and museums. We get it. We get it. It's probably what the ancestors were like, too. You know what I mean? I sort of had the same thought about the Rosemary's Baby.
It don't matter which one to me. I happen to have the surname McCoy. I don't care. Tell the good, the bad, and ugly on both sides.
Yes, mention like we're all stupid. He has a surname McCoy. Oh, damn. Yeah, we're oblivious. He ain't told us enough. Oh, dear. We need to be made aware again.
And it was West Virginia Hatfields, not Kentucky Hatfields, that were the bad people.
According to you? What about everybody else's opinion at the time or now? Just because you say so don't make it so, sir.
Devil Anse Hatfield was...
Me personally, I'm absolving the Hatfields. I feel like this is a McCoy problem. I feel like we've been lied to and deceived, and the history exists because the McCoys won't shut the fuck up. I don't know. And this dude's still bankrolling on it. I don't know. Does he have to split all this shit with any of those people he's using that? I mean, anybody? He should have to.
West Virginia. Devil Anse Hatfield was a deserter. Devil Anse Hatfield was an arsonist and a thief, and he was the Jesse James of the Tug Valley. For those...
Do not tell him about Ernie and murder stuff. Don't. Can we tell him about the werewolves around Ernie too? Is it time for that?
You that don't watch our Hatfield McCoy videos and never seen one, at least that'll give you a heads up. Plus, there's a bunch of fraudsters out there since...
He's continuing to do it. He said he wasn't going to. He's doing it. And there's a bunch of fraudsters out there, you say, McCoy?
Since the year 1999, 2000.
99?
Lawsuits and different things. You can go watch her.
Oh, who is he specifically? Are you afraid to mention their names? No, Pussy McCoy. We need to know. Do you have the balls? Which one of the family is suing the shit out of you since 99 that you're all pussyfooting around? And you're like, There's a bunch of fraudsters out there suing us and stuff, but I ain't got the balls to mention my name because they might enact another lawsuit. Is that how you ended up 10K changing life, broke down two Humvees doing this? Hmm. Can we talk to them? I mean, you said it's in court settings. Obviously, lawsuits are. So you're not new to lawsuits. You or Sheila. Okay. So you do indeed know. What were these lawsuits about? What are they about? Why are you afraid to directly mention them? Oh boy. Well, actually, you think they've got wind that you just called them fraudsters and narrowed it down to the window of 99? And are you in any way afraid that they might sue you again for doing that? Because that's probably pretty easily Googled to know who and what you mean, and that you're using this channel to target them like you're using it to target others. Are you supposed to be doing that under whatever terms are laid out in all these lawsuits and things, or is there some reason you're pussyfooting around using their names? I mean, I don't want to. All right, but
videos. Truth with proof. So for the person going to get a hold of Hatfield, you may be better off get a hold of some McCoys. Because I've made some of the McCoys calling them out on lawsuits that they filed, on stories that they've told, on people they've sued, old people, old coal mining companies.
oh, but you can't mention their names. You're scared. And you called somebody out on what they're doing and fraudsters, right? Well, bitch, it looks like, somebody's calling you out for the fuck shit. And you made some videos on it. Must make it true. And you're saying these people put out false things on you? Is that what you just said? But you're doing that to someone else. Just spreading the McCoy wealth or something, right, asshole? I don't know. Whoever sued the fuck out of you, my bets are you were actually doing something. Are you okay? Maybe they had reason to do it, and then you're just propaganda and you're changing history and the truth and fact and whatever, and banking on your name, your former titles, etc. Hoping people, but I don't know, buddy.
So those McCoys probably. So for the person going to get a hold of Hatfield, you may be better off get a hold of some McCoys. Because I've made some of the McCoys calling them out on lawsuits that they filed, on stories that they've told, on people they've.
On stories they've told, much like this story you're scripting and telling with propaganda and lies and falsehoods and shit behind it, directly targeting people. Huh. You got a mirror? Sheila, let him borrow a mirror. Make him repeat those or play for him. Sheila, I know you're good at the computers. Replay this for him, make him watch it.
Sued, old people, old coal mining couple. So those McCoys probably.
On old people, and this you mean vulnerable people, sensitive things like that. That you have respect? Was it because you're old? I don't know. Oh dear. So they did this to what you consider vulnerable people. They told stories on vulnerable people. Okay, you call them up, but then you're doing it. I'm gonna need you to get your shit together, boy.
It's like Fred McCoy, way more than some of the Hatfields, which the Hatfields is signed frivolous.
Look, it's Bullhorn McCoy. Fred McCoy did. Fred McCoy did. Bullhorn Strangler says. Jesus Christ. And didn't he call for her to join him and shit with the same Chuckle Fox and Sebastian's doing the same thing he's doing right now with Power Rangers of Doom team? I believe he did.
Guns, autographs on guns and sold them for thousands of dollars as family heirlooms, saying they're the descendant of Devil Anse Hatfield. I won't go there. All kinds of history, but I call them all out.
But you just did go there, and you were too afraid to mention their names. But somebody send this to whatever McCoy that is. I bet there's bounds. I bet he's afraid of being sued again by the same ones. I'm gonna bet things ain't turning out right for him. And ain't he reportedly selling family stuff and the history stuff off too? So what the fuck's he talking about being mad at somebody else or whatever? And I don't know. That's just what I hear.
I'm not shy. I've never been shy. And for this person that thinks that I'm shy, there's a difference in being shy.
Who the fuck called him shy? Last thing I would have thought this dude was shy or meek or anything else. He's a fucking attention whore. He's gonna come in and tell you about all his things, and you're gonna get trapped at the supermarket with him, be like McCoy, Christian, Marine, detective, and whatever, and all these stories. And he ain't shy. He's gonna tell you about it because he needs it. He needs it like a little sponge. He ain't shy. He's gonna force you to listen to his shit, whether you want to or not. I bet every time everybody in town already knows him, the stories, the history, all that kind of, I swear to God, even if it were like Mayberry, he'd be around being like, every day telling the same stories at the same, soda fountain to the same motherfuckers. I bet Sheila hears this shit all day, every day. Did anybody accuse this dude of being shy? Dude, that's the last thing you are. Anywhere you are the braggart. You're gonna be whatever, and you're gonna take up the entire space and suck out anything else to be the attention of. Your ego is far too large, buddy. Nobody accused you of being shy.
Trying to live right. There's a difference in being shy and trying to be a Christian.
What the hell? What's that comparison and segue? What? There's a difference between being shy and being a Christian. And I thought you weren't going to do that no more either. He wasn't going to do the religious stuff. Where and how is that equatable? Well, I ain't shy. Fred McCoy ain't shy. And there's a difference between being shy and a Christian. What? Oh, what is the segue of that? Where and how is that equatable? It gives me migraines.
I'm not real good at being a Christian. I'll tell you. I'm just not real good at it.
I don't think you had to tell any of that to us. I think we already discerned that. And even the not top detectives and such around the realm who at least have two brain cells drugged together, I don't think you had to tell any, or the real Christians, I don't think you had to tell anybody that, buddy. You ain't real good at it. Yeah. Where?
I thought I was getting good. Then things happen. And guys, don't mistake a person's.
He thought he was good at it, but then things happen. And what, now you can't go back? You can't repent. You can't see Jesus, can't fall the way, the light. Oh, things happen. So you're just telling us from this point forward you're going to be a bad Christian and everybody still it, because at some point you get your shit together and you'll be repenting again. And yada, yada, yada. It looks like that's your pattern in life somewhere before the age of 16 onward.
Kindness for weakness. Don't mistake a person trying to live right and be a Christian in their old age for weakness.
Did anybody imply such? And boy, you're leaking that age thing. Old people you consider vulnerable at the hands of the McCoys and lawsuits and whatever. And then now here you are, don't mistake Christians and old people trying to be Christians for weakness. Anybody said or did that? No shit, guy. I know real detectives and stuff that are way older than you that are very good Christians, very good detectives, very good law enforcement, former allies, and are genuine human beings and aren't whatever the fuck you are. And they're good human beings, and they're older. And you know what? I'd still pick all of them, any of them, above you to work any fucking case. Like I wouldn't call you for a missing goddamn dog, bitch. Just saying.
That's not me. Now, let's get to the subject at hand.
What's the subject?
Let's get to the subject at hand.
Oh
What
no! Y'all, he said, let's get to the subject hand, moved over and showed and pointed at Summer's face. You just took her down to number and a subject. Wow, dude.
To Summer Wells. Guys, some of you's been on this case for 5 friggin' years. I've heard you brag about it. Been on this case for 5 years. I've been on this case since day one.
And look at me, I've been on this case since day one. I've been on it. I hear you bragging about it. His little hands on his hip hand. Look here. I gotta tell you, dude. You place there's some of these nefarious ass criminal fucking YouTubers. They far better at this bullshit than you are, the redundant Christopher Columbus, and you're doing it. They have you up to and you're doing with, but they're far better at it, and they also actually at least have quote research teams together for what they're doing and fucking around with in cases. You and Sheila ain't shit to some of the little criminals you are indeed working with and fooling around. Yeah, like I said, low men on the totem pole, but the latest dipshit to take the bait, get pulled in for whatever your little stinky needs are, motherfucker. Anyway, but yeah, what's your swagger on the chair? We have to know. You acting like you're better than that, boy? Let me tell you. That's some of these Trojan horses, some of these databases and shit, they go hard in. Oh, wait, you do know that. Because they're the ones clipping and shit and crap to you and Sheila and got you up to going to 110. Never mind. Can I donate to you a handy dandy notebook? That's the first clue.
Oh, this really? Well, where the heck you been? Where have you been? 5 years?
Why are you asking the people you clearly know were involved in Sebastian's with you while you and Sheila are fucking around? And you've been here for years too, and all this, and who came to you around the Vulture Pre and all this crap. Why are you asking them where they've been when clearly they're right coating with you? And have been for years in a couple cases now. Bitch, who do you think's clipping it? You know what, dear public, this is a bunch of shite. And if you're falling for it, I don't know what to tell you. And he's daring to ask, you know, where the fuck, bitch, I know they started out from Boswell, went to Summers, that's how they hit so hard. And they already formed, per se. And then they went about headhunting and going real life on everybody. And like the first night, the first couple of days after Summer's release, you can see which ones are. So, yeah, buddy, they've been here. They sure as fuck have since her release of info and her whatever it is, right? Her photos and information, the first little bit, and her Amber Alert and everything. Oh, they've been here. And hell, some of them technically been here even before, like, full out any of that. There's things linked with things and criminal shits in and around stuff and YouTube. And, oh, Jesus, it's such a long history. Anyway.
I heard Mr. Stell on his one of his videos say, "Where's CNC investigations been? 5 years." See, guys, we got drama. I'm naming. I'll name people. I'm not beyond it. If I'm wrong, correct me. But if I hear something on a YouTube video, we got drama.
What? I heard somebody. What is this? The Buchanan Bunkles and the rest tactic of the. We heard somebody else. Somebody mentioned in the comment section where. What the hell is this? No, well.
I'm naming. I'll name people. I'm not. I've been on this case since day one. I've been on this. Really? Well, where the heck you been? Where have you been? 5 years? I heard Mr. Stell on his one of his videos say, "Where's CNC investigations been? 5 years." See, guys, we got drama. I'm naming. I'll name people.
Did he just say that they got drunk? Everybody in the bar getting tipsy. And he's naming names. He's got he's naming names. Whatever. Holy shit. Are you? I don't care if you're not. Are you? Holy hell. Alright. I don't know. Maybe it just means he's got loose lips and lack of inhibition, suddenly almost like a drunk sailor.
I'm not beyond it. If I'm wrong, correct me, but if I hear something on a YouTube video or somebody, if Don and Candace says that this person called on them and that person did this.
Oh, and that person, he's doing the movements. Where you been watching that at suddenly? Are you mimicking, you little bastard? Holy shit. Okay. Jesus. And if they say this person did it, and you didn't do enough research or interviews or anything prior to that to know better and not to put that, bitch, please. And that it helped the content of Ryan Your Best that DCS took the kids, all the bullshit, and then created a line of propaganda that to the world nutters could mean, oh look, JSB did whatever, and then those ladies, the DCS workers come back and they kidnap Summer. And it's all Joyce's fault. You didn't know what you were doing. You didn't do your due diligence as a detective or former whatever, and you knew better. Oh, see, that's the problem. You've known better than all of this all along. And these are not the right things to be doing. And just because you aired it doesn't mean no. No, you went there with intention and purpose. And that twinkle in Dawn's eye and the bullshittery. And the spectacle that was made to be, there's no coincidences here. Fred, do these dogs bite? Oh my gosh. The PIs are showing. Holy shit, that'll really get word spreading. And then, point. Alright. And then this. Hell with all of y'all.
I'm going to repeat it because that's what they've told me.
No, a responsible person would have had Sheila edit that out until you could have done some research or shit. Why didn't you come back here and ask the neighbor? Don told you to, didn't he? Didn't he? Maybe some neighbors have the proof and evidence and facts to the contrary that you could have seen with your own goddamn eyes, Fred McCoy. Maybe you all should have held that back behind a bleep or something as responsible until you did your actual due diligence. So no, you chose. It's free will to do that. And you didn't find your way to 110 by accident.
It's not on Fred, that's on them. I heard Mr. Shell say these people have been investigators for 5 years.
No, but at a certain point you bear responsibility because you're doing it again. And if you've done any research at all, you've known that it was debunked. The people that debunked it in the beginning, and even Candace and Dawn said it wasn't her. All these things, all this shit, all this crap you're putting out yesterday and today and all the days, it's horse shit. Known to be horse shit, and you're doing it again. If you've watched all these for years and years, bitch, you know better. You know what you're doing, sir. And it is for you, or for some reason it has nothing to do with Summer.
They ain't solved this. I agree with him. I don't know this guy from Adam. Haven't talked to nobody. We said from the beginning, and I still don't want no drama. Sheila and I would still rather investigate our own case. We'll listen. We watch people's.
We'd rather. Jesus Christ, how far back in the hall are you? We'd rather, if we had our druthers about it. You know what, if we all had our druthers about it, people like you wouldn't exist, asshole. Alright. Anyway. See, I speak holler. Fucking cricks. In the neck. Ow. Anyway, I don't know, buddy. We'd rather not be done this way by strangers around the world and propaganda pushers and bullshit artists and stuff. And we'd rather not. But y'all keep doing it. And you keep misleading, misinforming, and fucking around with the public. And real cases, investigations. What the fuck you doing, you bastards? So anyway, and what do you mean your own case? If you'd rather concentrate on your own case, then what the fuck are you begging J4 and Clutch and everybody else to come join you? You can't have it both ways, McCoy. Quit talking out of both sides of your lying face hole. You're either begging for these motherfuckers like you have in other cases to give you shit, or you want to work your own case. By that, I don't even know what you mean. But, and then he said, well, wait, if they had all the things, right? And if they combined forces, they could figure out. So, I don't know. I'm just saying, you can't have it both ways there, double speak. If you had your druthers, you'd work your own case. Well, then fucking do it and buy your own case. I don't know what the fuck you mean. But, and quit begging for all these, super criminal ass motherfucking assholes to, join you and to help you get all the likes, clicks, views, and da 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 da. Right? Quit mind fucking the public, dude. Go back to whatever it is y'all do. I mean, like, seriously. Fuck out of here with this shit.
Videos and see if there's an interview there. If they're interviewing somebody and it comes right out of their mouth and they say something, then we can take that as fact because we're watching it come out of that person's mouth. There's a lot of you people over the years.
Sure. Because that's how that works. Don't tell monsters, that are often online in true crime that true crime helps cleanse the buttholes of it, like constantly to create all the fuckery that might keep them being on, and how they love the YouTubers and social media for fucking up shit for them while they proclaim to real journalists that the big bad YouTubers, they destroy and shit. You ought to see, read, and quit and slamming. There's a pattern of behavior. Okay. And then every time they do say something, some of them they're all like, "But I was just fucking with YouTubers, therefore nothing counts, right?" Then that's all you gotta say, dear Fred McCoy. And you're helping with that.
These people, these YouTubers that I named earlier, there's a lot of you guys that has interviewed. I'm trying to see who the other ones are, but I don't want to say something wrong that's not true. So
define the interviewed. How many of them did they pay for it? How many of them did they script right into, add details of, fuck with, have them change their stories for money on the ground and dirty shit and all this and other? Or to come out and target others or to tell lies or anything. I mean, prime exhibit and of this is, probably Jose, who pretended he too was new and didn't know shit but used the language of the tragedy pimps. Anyway, just asking McCoy. How many were contaminated from the word go? Probably intentionally on purpose by crews helping demons. Because that would mean they and nothing they said counted and they were Bible pale. It shows that they're whatever, of course. I don't know. What are the ways in which people can try to eliminate or discredit witnesses or anything known around this area? I'd say it's one of them. Define interview again.
there was boots on the ground. Who was the other people? Guys, some of these people I didn't name because he had some other women up there with him that I think of now. Didn't leave you guys out on purpose. If you can think of anybody that's ever worked on Summer Wells's case. Let's come together. Let's drop all animosity. Some people had animosity towards Sheila and I think where it come about was
No, most of them are fucking around playing tragedy pimp with them for you and you're well aware of it. Others are fully calling you the fuck out for this shit. It ain't animosity, it's, we see you. We see what you're doing with the same group that's been doing it for years.
Sheila and I going to Gatlinburg, end up in Rogers, and we end up walking up on the hill and talking.
You sure it wasn't Hawkinsville? Oh, talk about true research.
Don and Candace, like it was nothing. See, we wasn't up on this case.
Oh, it's that language. We walked right up on them like it wasn't nothing. Ego much, buddy? Yeah, I mean, before you did that, what do you think you... Are you fucking Neil Armstrong? Oh, wait. He wasn't right. Buzz Aldrin... I don't... One small step... Giant leaps for Fred McCoy. Bitch, they all have done it. They've been invited into the Jesus Wells cultateria. Coming back calling Donnie like y'all did. It's great. Come on now.
Good as what a lot of people are. I'm not saying we were ignorant. I'm not saying sometimes.
You just say he's not saying they were ignorant.
I'm not going to give everything away, but guys, if an investigator goes, I'm not saying I'm the listen. I'm not saying I'm the sharpest tool in the box. Neither. Don't think I'm trying to.
I think you mean sharpest tool in the shed, which is a word you don't want to mention around here because McDowell has problems with it. Yeah, he has a shed fetish. So, and I think you've gotten the sharpest crayon in the box mixed up with the sharpest tool in the shit.
Throw over here, but if a person goes to investigate somebody and interview somebody, interrogate somebody, if a person come into me,
did that in any way sound like a real investigation or even an interview of Candace and Don Dion? I'm gonna go with no. I believe that's what we all call an ass-licking, planned, contrived serenade.
and I'm sitting there and they say, we want to ask you a few questions. Now, you were here, 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 and there, and you done this, this, and that. And they say, what do you, I say, well, seems like you already know everything. What are you asking me for? That's not.
That is not even the least what happened or what they aired. He's got the defensive person doing this. I asked this, and this, or whatever, and then blah, 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 and none of that's actually what we seen. It was Fred telling him what all he'd been doing in his career thing, all this, and Fred, hey, Candace Brothers overseas, oh dear, PIs are gonna do whatever they want, Fred, twinkle in the eye of dawn, turn it off, but wait, let's remember, the recording was actually for their safety, but they turned it off, and then they turned it back on when they started talking again, so clearly not for their safety while they were there. Just only when things could be obtained to put out for content on whether they ended for somebody's reasons and their own. Yeah, whatever. I don't recall this being written down, McCoy.
Hey, that's not how Fred McCoy does an investigation.
Oh, penciling. Fred McCoy is going to refer to himself as Fred McCoy again. Here's your clue about what he is and his personality traits, things that make him tick.
I go somewhere or investigate or talk to somebody or interview Sheila and I, we simply ask questions. Even if we know the answer.
But really, honestly, how many times in your lifetimes have you two went out interviewing or doing anything? I mean, hell, the one guy was dead. You tried and you did shit and fucked around and shit in Sebastian's with Chris, of course, unless he turned around on that shit. Yeah, all the crap, and then otherwise, I mean, it ain't like you and Sheila get out and do all this all the time. Otherwise, you probably make fucking content videos on it. What do you mean you do it all the time? What? No.
Ask the question like you don't know. Let that person enlighten you.
How many questions did he ask? How many questions did he ask that weren't asked before? It's
Let them tell you what their feelings are. They don't.
well, shit, they did. Yes, whatever. Play acting applies. But they did, and then you discounted them, told them to go fuck themselves. You and Sheila recorded and did whatever else, and you told them and did whatever, and you spoke out of both sides of your mouth. You did whatever, blah, 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 blah. Right. So no. And then when did you give them any air to do any of that? You were too busy talking about Fred McCoy and your claims to fame, because I guess that was more important than giving them space to talk or say whatever you. Other than, of course, you made sure to go with that DCS propaganda and horseshit that you clearly were known and propaganda aimed at once again. Mm-hmm. For someone and not just yourselves, McCoy. Mm.
My feelings is not going to convict nobody of what they done to this little angel. No matter how Sheila and I feel, we're not going to get a conviction because we feel.
But you know, in essence, propaganda and shit, and how it can form things this other, and how it can pinpoint and target others and shit, and what effects that can have. And if you don't, you should. And at that point, you should stop being part of it. Anyway, do we have to listen to more of this one? Because this is more than I listened to before, and I don't want to listen to the rest of this one. And I've got to move on to the next fuck shit that McCoy did. So, I think this is at like the 24 mark.
But this person done it, and that person covered, and we need it from them.
What?
No matter how Sheila and I feel, we're not going to get a conviction because we feel that this person done it, and that person covered, and
I hope he's talking about the Wells.
we need it from them.
Somebody he actually interviewed or did something, whatever.
We need it from these other YouTubers. Guys, there's some smart ones out there. Agree with their personality.
What's he mean he needs it from other YouTubers? Jesus Christ. I don't even know what he means at this point. He's everywhere with this horse shit. Oh my lands. Uh-huh. Alright, let's see here. I'll be right back, guys. We'll get some ice and a drink and walk around for just a second. Alright, anyway, I guess we're going to take a gander, a look-see. Alright, because everything needs a closer look, don't it? Lord of mercy. At this spectacular piece of shit that wouldn't have this thumbnail on it if Fraud McCoy was not, well, himself. And wasn't entering the arena and doing fuck shit and, all the fuck shit with criminals and such. Knowingly, intentionally, so. He'd know better than to even Sheila would have known better than to make this fucking thumbnail. Somebody made it. Okay, let's see here.
We end up with so many, we say we got a small.
Good morning, guys. Hope you're doing well today.
Hey, guys.
It appears she's ran her too. Thought she was out. She wasn't part of this. She ain't about the drama. She ain't about. Well, damn. Ain't that something?
Guys, Sheila and I have an interesting video here. Let's first put a disclaimer.
Well, y'all have one. Okay.
We're at the beginning.
That's inclusion.
Right.
Guys, we're not pointing a finger at anybody. We've been doing some investigation.
It would appear you are. And you're doing it the rest of and with a group of. Yeah, it would. And yeah, you are.
And we,
investigating shit.
Some of our investigation has led us off in a different direction. If you look there, that's Don and Candace's property.
Is it?
Don and Candace Wells, 110 Ben Hill Road. Now, let's go directly across the road here to 125 Ben Hill Road.
Okay.
That's where we want to concentrate at. We want to concentrate.
Yes, man. Yes, man. All right, McCoy. Yes.
Not just on that address, but that entire, close out a little bit, that entire hillside there, from Ben Hill.
Close out a bit? You best leave the computer into the youngins. Lord, close out a bit.
Road, over to the road behind it. Encompass.
That ain't a road. You know what? Hell with you, buddy. You're a dumbass.
There you go.
That whole area there.
Whole area there.
There you go.
Guys, this is going to be an interesting video. We hope you... This is not a video per se to show a video. We're hoping this video requires some action. This video requires some action. And while we're not accusing anybody, making allegations against anybody, we are interested.
I would say we've already done, and what the thumbnail is and all that. I'd say you damn well are, sir. You and Sheila. Keep talking out of both sides of your mouth, asshole.
And a cadaver dog or dogs been taken into this area.
Hold on.
Anybody making allegations against anybody, we are interested in a cadaver dog or dogs been taken into this area.
Holy shit, nobody tell Fred and Sheila. They have been since the very beginning. And for weeks and months afterwards. See, there's some things that even Monster doesn't know. He could never give you. But anyway, do not tell Fred and Sheila. Get this, you dumb chuckle fucks. They have been. No, they have been. With the amount of real searchers and real boots on the ground and real planes and aircraft and real law enforcement, federal agents, specialized units of federal agencies and such, more than you could ever imagine or count on your dumb fucking fingers, hands, whatever. Goddamn dumb ape. There you have been. I'm sure the feds and law enforcement and such, and all agencies are well aware of it too. Sure, they all have all the little maps and all the things, and where and when and how they were taken on what days and all the things. Yup, you've really done your research. You're investigating. Shit, who are you, PG? Like, seriously? Oh, that's right. You're stupid as fuck, dude. Yeah, there are videos showing the instant helicopters, infrared, ground penetrating, whatever else. There are videos of real searchers, continuing aircraft, dogs, agents, on and around, all that, right? There's a real video of it. With all of us present while it's occurring around us in real time. None of us stopping it, all of us being like, yeah, okay, you keep bringing the searchers, keep bringing the dogs, keep doing the things, keep, and it was all of the neighborhood and everybody else as well. But I don't think anybody was like, oh, King Kong, but except for a few. But yeah, buddy, I hate to tell you this, but hell, almost everybody else's address were searched, just to a degree you can't imagine. Hell, probably even more than Candace and Dawn's at a certain point. And they were like, go away, and they were staying on the phones and doing all kinds of fuck shit, YouTuber shit, and everything else, more concentrated on that, and real agents and searchers and whatever else, fuck shit they were doing over there. But, buddy, you, much like many of the chuckle fucks who come back and mindfuck poke the shit, don't want to show the real shit. And you don't know the real shit. And the real shit means that you all can't pull this content sheep driving propaganda bullshit if ever it's shown or known or the masses become aware of it, right? Let's be clear here, buddy. You're pulling no more of a stunt than chasing Jenny, Adrian, or ass scream test, lockdown, scream test, false bullshit, because much like you, there was already evidence and proof and video graphic and sound format and all sorts of stuff that what they did and came back with was targeted shit, lies, horse shit. You came back with your own version of that off of 110 to target and fuck with those next door. You're doing the same song and dance we've seen, buddy. But yeah, turns out, buddy, the real agencies had real dogs of all kinds. Were searchers in like droves for days and days and days, in and out, and all day long, and from dawn until nightfall, and then some. And all the amazing equipment the feds can and do use in these cases and such, in this type of case and the circumstances and everything and the areas. So yeah, don't make your audience aware of that, dear Lord. Then they wouldn't be able to follow the rest of the propaganda and targeting you're getting ready to eat out, would they? Much like all, you know what, it's fine, buddy. It's not fine. Hence the reason I come on as like cease and desist verbally. If you want to go further, we'll go further. It seems like you're a pro at being sued.
This property very well could have been searched 5 years ago. Very well could have been. Or it very well could have just been walked over.
Right.
Because the sheriff said at one time to search your own property.
Well, and also they might.
He said to keep searching your own properties, go out and search other properties if you had them in the area, get any and all cameras, etc., and keep checking them and keep checking them. Yeah, everybody did that. They also damn everybody to hell for doing exactly as told by law enforcement too. I'm one of those. They're like, why'd you go search this? Why'd y'all go look at that one? because we were told to, and law enforcement was fully aware of it. My goodness. Anyway, yeah, I don't know, buddy. But yeah, it was walked over by a million feet a million times and by dogs and, surrounded by, um, planes, trains, helicopters, the whole nine, for weeks and months and etc. What is this, your PG version of cemetery shit? Yeah, it's exactly what it is. Fuck you, dude.
I've just been focusing on one section or one.
Well, they might have just been focusing
area.
on 110.
Yeah.
I agree.
That area.
Are you what? Die? Anybody else Mudpie? Whoever the hell's left around there with anything? The news footage itself continuously showed that law enforcement was not just searching 110, clearly, nor were searchers or airplanes and drones and helicopters. Sweet baby Jesus. We're all tripping here, right? Or is he trying to make everybody trip or make them think propaganda's? You can clearly fraud McCoy. Watch any of those real journalism pieces and the videos from any of the real journalists and news agencies and see that it wasn't just 110 searched and even the first helicopter up, you can see searchers are everywhere and everybody's everything, and the helicopter is clearly going over multiple people. So, boy, you a dumb fuck. And you're really pretending. He's doing his own investigation, folks. Him and Shayla, they're doing their own investigation on their own case. But yet they haven't, after all these years, watched one real news piece showing searchers and helicopters and all that stuff over many areas and properties and stuff. Is that what we're to believe? No, the only reason in which you believe that is to push his propaganda shit and to actually target people. That's why it's necessary for McCoy to do this.
They might have been focusing on Don and Candace's property more than anywhere else.
Right.
Now, did they?
No, I think it's about equal everywhere. Believe it or not, they were trying to run an actual investigation, do it in all the right ways, despite tragedy pimp headhunting and interference that began within minutes and hours of Summer vanishing. And people inserting real boots on the ground searches and shit and eating back out to this community and shit. Despite all that, they did all the things they needed to do and were trying to do, in the right manner. Like they're still trying to do, despite all, doing all this bullshit. And creating doubt in law enforcement and Summers' case and justice and all this shit for your own benefit and not for Summers.
Search other people's property, or did they barely drive up on the hill and say search your own property, so forth like this? Were they? I remember hearing Sheriff Larson say that he told
Sheriff Larson. Who else been calling him that lately and getting him and Larson Rose mixed up? Was it LK Ultra One? I don't know. Somebody around this shit was doing it recently too, but. Or no, didn't he do that up there? No, Dawn did that. Didn't Dawn come Larson? He did. He did. He was doing his own investigation and casework, him and Sheila, and he just called Lawson Larson. Just like Dawn did. Wow. I guess Dawn had Rose on the mind and probably how they had watched and been made aware of how YouTube or social media could be used in high-profile active cases, or when they're revisited or anniversary marks, in order to be able to use it so well during summers. That's right. Sometimes Dawn does that. But anyway, hell, who knows? Maybe him and Larson compared notes, right? And he was like, shit, you can get down with Lisa Kane and she'll put out shit for you. And it'll be like, woo, thank you, YouTubers. But hey, pro tip, if you're ever in front of real journalists, be like, nuh-uh, big bad social media. Never can tell. A neighbor who, for a while, was aware that it seemed like they had like a McCoy thing going on, around certain other things. They were more, well, the way they spoke of it or any type of thing they showed around it was almost like pride and media attention on it. Owners, so I don't know, take that how you will. Anyway.
Homeowners, landowners, search your cameras, search your own property.
Search your own cameras? Does this dude have the right word and description or way of... Fuck this dude. Sheila is a teacher. This is a chuckle. Never mind. I know how that can happen. I've been there. You end up with a moron. You don't mean to, but you end up with one. Anyway, you gotta be the brain for him, right? It's terrible, really. Anyway, that's what he just did that. He got lost in Larson. But he's doing his own investigation. They're doing their own case. Yeah, okay. Detecting. Hawkinsville. Sheriff Lawrence. Anyway, It's lightning here pretty good right now. Anyway, I don't know, man. Yeah, they just drove up onto everybody's property sometime, and they were just like, hey, you do it. You got your own, right? You got like 6,000 acres, you just do it. That's what they did. No, sir, it is not. This dude, it's almost like he ain't one news article, news feed, and journalist pieces, nothing, news footage, except for he's wanting to cherry pick. Ain't it? Why is he doing that, you wonder?
Remember, they didn't want unqualified searchers or something like. They didn't want volunteers out in the hills.
Right.
Guys, the good thing about this property right here, the Wells property, or what used to be called the Bernard property.
Used to be? Alright, dude. And here's my question. Does he then go to outdocs, do anything to any of the other properties adjacent to, connected to the Wells, or any other neighbors? Does he name them by name and say their properties probably weren't searched either? Is he going to call for cadaver dogs or anything else to be put on theirs? Because if he doesn't, and he doesn't do the same rhetoric and name those people a name and their addresses and all this other stuff, well, then this has a scent to it. A totally targeted and directed scent. One that doesn't take a specialized dog to smell. But I'm gonna bet he also will not do this to those who he thinks and knows are fully capable of suing the absolute dog shit out of them almost instantly, either, like many others throughout the years. But I'm gonna bet he don't. Where are all their addresses in that thumbnail? Fred and Sheila? Huh? If you think law enforcement just drove up in driveways and told everybody to search their own, that implies you think multiple properties weren't searched well. So then why is it just 125 you're targeting with this rhetoric and propaganda? aren't you calling for all the others to have search dogs on them? Or barfing out their names and shit? Dear public. Write that one down in your handy dandy notebook. Don't forget it.
Here's Beach Creek Road coming all down through here. Here's Simpson Road going all up through here. So,
what?
It's encompassed. 125 Ben Hill Road.
No fucking way.
Roadway.
I gotta see it again. Did he just do that?
Again, here's Simpson Road going all up through here. So, it's encompassed.
Oh my god. You're as bad as Ryan and Jen Magical Spirits and their GPS and sense of direction. You are a fucking moron. And how did he pronounce that?
Bernard
property. Here's Beach Creek Road coming all down through here. Here's Simpson Road going all up through here. So, it's encompassed. 125.
So it's encompassed. Encompassed. Dear God, Benny, did you let him borrow the word of the day or something? PG, who's doing this? Encompassed. Dude, encompassing is one word. Implying something is contained is not. You know what? And then, compasses are not, man, you don't have a compass, do you? Not a soul-driven one or a real one. Shit, Sheila, you're luckiest motherfucker can drive to Tennessee. It's all encompassed. My God.
In Hill Road, all this is encompassed by a roadway. Again, if you're ever...
All this is encompassed by a roadway. I don't think that word you just made, it means what you think it means or what you're using it for. I think I know what you are meaning by it, but you're a dumb fuck. I'm just gonna pick it up because I can. Sheila, you're a goddamn teacher. You really put up this dude like a breakfast? Like you have to listen to this? You don't gently try to make him wear that way he doesn't realize you're teaching him not to be more or sound like one? You ain't got that skill set? This is embarrassing.
A hill or somewhere and you get lost, just go straight off the hill. Just go straight down. Find you a holler, go down the holler, or just go off the hill. You're going to run up on a creek or a road. Follow that road out, knock on a door and say, I'm lost. Call somebody, come and get me. You're not going to get lost in this.
Are those pro tips to nutters who just want to walk up on people's properties under a false guise? Well, I'm lost. Just pick a road, pick a creek, whatever, pretend you're lost, and then be like, that way you get near around somebody under false pretenses. Is that what that was? Shit.
Area. So you could have hundreds and hundreds of searchers that would probably be more than happy to help search this area right here.
How do you go from that to this? Here's a way to get on people's property. Wink, wink. Under false pretenses and do whatever to them. But also, you probably have hundreds of searchers and be willing to. Yeah, they said no. No means no, motherfucker. And you have to request special permission from law enforcement. Private landowners can do whatever the hell they'd like, but groups and all this other stuff, either way, no means no. And as someone who personally witnessed some of the best searches and the world, I'd think, come out there in the back of ambulances and shit. Woo! You know, I can totally understand Sheriff, quote, Larson's point. No. Also knowing that in the first days, some of those pretending to be and those who had certifications in order to embed and insert in, who were filming searches and locals and all things and listening and then feeding it back to YouTubers and shit because they already embedded inside of the nose from Boswell Ford, and such. And does like Raider and shit like that. Well, and let's not get started on the redundancy of Raider and his fuckery with local streaming agencies and what caused what. But anyway, man, no. That's all that place needs is a bunch of goddamn lost test goofballs goofballing around, violating everybody. Causing more work for law enforcement, emergency agencies trying to get them off the fucking mountains after they like pass the fuck out and die or something, break a goddamn leg, get by a rattlesnake, eaten by a bear, bit by a fucking tick, fall down a goddamn mountain, I don't know. Twisted ankle, that's just all they need, man. While they could be doing much better things, yeah, I don't know. Sure.
This wooded area right here. Now down here close to these homes,
Yeah, there's a home back there.
this homeowner down here could search his own property. Because I don't think there's nobody going to carry a body down here, bury it on him, or over here, bury it close to this house.
What in the hell would lead you to believe any of that? Or to say no, or this, that, or otherwise for any of those products? See what I'm saying? How are you checking off this list? Just because they have the means to sue the shit out of you, McCoy? You're an idiot. And do you know what 125 is really comprised of? Boy, and don't like things split it, but you're implying that that property could have whatever. And boy, it's all, you know what, buddy? Oh, woosah. It's all intentional. Content driven bullshit. With a group, for a group, and just gotta keep that in mind.
Okay.
So up here, from this area right in here, is the area that you would want searched. Guys, we need...
Now, if that were the case, McCoy, and you're saying, no, it could only be done right here, then why in the fuck are feds and law enforcement throughout the years visiting many places, looking in many places, even recently as the news has said, why are there searches done, things enacted, warrants, all this, if they have only pigeonholed it into whatever that you're trying to. I'll wait for your answer. Did you miss that on the news too, or inside on us, or with the group you're fucking around with right now? It also fucked around and all that too. I don't know. I doubt it. But let's remember, you're pigeonholing, you're narrowing down for nefarious reasons, intentionally so. To lead and feed. Jesus need not apply.
Need somebody to get a hold of sheriff, TBI, FBI. We need cadaver dogs. Cadaver dogs. Now, it's been a long time. It's been 5 years. Cadaver dog goes forever. They can hit on it. Cadaver dog, you don't have to worry about a human scent because they're not looking for a human scent. They've got
Somebody, I assume Sheila, typed on the video here, a live person. That's what Fred, the super detective who's worked many cases, when he says a human scent. Who are you, PG? You know how she feels about the humans. Anyway, so he doesn't have the language and doesn't hold the language of real law enforcement to go live scent track versus deceased and all that. And instead, he says a human scent. That's wild for a law enforcement officer with such an amazing career knowledge. And that his wife has to be like, what he means is a live person, live versus. Alright? Well, live trackers, man hunters, etc., and, other types of dog. I mean, like cadaver scent. That's wild. He doesn't hold the right terminology or language you'd think he'd hold as a law enforcement officer. Instead, he got that PG language. Humans. And then Sheila, who's a teacher, has to correct him. Well, what he means is a live person. Damn, Sheila. How often you clean up behind this mess?
distinct scent, so a human is not going to mess them up. If you're up there searching and you see an area that looks like at one time, now you got to remember it's been 5 years, but if it looks like an area that's been disturbed, you want to holler at the cadaver dog,
Yeah.
and tell them to bring that dog over here, run a pass.
It's almost like he's never seen an area after 5 years where anyone or anything deceased would be. It wouldn't necessarily look like an area that was cool. Boy, it's almost like you've never seen one or something. An area. In the beginnings, I'd say, like the first, little while, it would look disturbed, right? Something dug, something this, something whatever, however. But then what you'd have is flora and fauna and changing of and exuberant growth because fertilizer, right? And that's what you look for. And you would also look for potential sinking of places that could have been disturbed and with very green growth on them after this long and that type of thing. Not disturbances, though that is technically a disturbance. It's not what you would see or identify at this point. It's almost like you've never done this before or something. I don't know. You think you would have. Oh boy. Dear Lord.
Yes, over this. This looks like at one time it may have been disturbed.
Bro. Look at this. I don't even know what he's fucking pointing at. He is saying something on here. Looks like it's been disturbed at one point. This area where the blue thing is, so somebody is making you wear certain things at certain, oh dear. Oh gosh, get this, all that area was checked too, dumbass. You are a fucking idiot. I love this stuff.
Well, I'd seen a video that this one lady had done where they blocked off the road when it first happened.
Yeah.
And that
Sheila, are you eating? Your stomach while you're doing this to your husband is calm enough and to be hitting forks and spoons against dinnerware. Is this date night 2.0? Now home for funsies? Is your stupid mouse about to put out the first steps into uh-oh? Same regurgitated bullshit, Miss No Drama Pants? Damn. No shit, you don't say. See, now that's where I'm gonna get the ST about it.
It was Mr. Bernard Sr., who, from what I can understand, was allegedly he blocked the road off and didn't let nobody come through or out except for his son,
Jody Sue, and
Mr. Bernard Sr. Now, see, you're going to have to get more specific. Are you aware of all of them? No, ma'am, apparently you're not. And are you referring to Monster as that? You're dipshiticus. And here, I need y'all to get your handy dandy notebooks out. Brr, 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 brr. Listen to this dumb shit falling out of Sheila's mouth. To target, oh, you guessed it once again, my children and fellow service members, that they have no problem doing this to.
Who, from what I can understand, was allegedly he blocked the road off and didn't let nobody come through or out except for his son,
Jody Sue, and Andy.
Die. Anybody else think common sense, really? Do you think anyone, while or otherwise, police were present, clearly on Ben Hill? Do you think Monster or his father, anybody else, blocked the fucking goddamn road off and wouldn't let anybody else in or out except for one of my children? Do you know how ludicrous that sounds, McCoys? Dear public, do you find this funny and entertaining? Stop and think about what this dumb bitch and her husband just said. Do you think with law enforcement presence, helicopters in the air, searchers, neighbors, all this shit, that Monster or his dad or anybody else blocked the goddamn road off and wouldn't let anybody else in or exit except for one of my children? And you're telling me all the neighbors and others who were part of the fire department in Seattle that have already been interviewed, by the way, by others that are douchebags too. But they had the calls first, so they were able to walk just a few hours down and start helping all of us search this area. I don't recall them mentioning that, well, I mean, and they were there even before Monster, Dawn, or anybody were, you know. But the thing is, like, did y'all hear them say any such thing or anybody else in the area ever that's been interviewed or anything say any such fucking ludicrous thing as, we've seen Bernard 1, Bernard 2, Bernard 3, where they're blocking off the goddamn road except for letting one of the kids of Jody Sue in and out? Wow, that's something we've never heard before, because it's so goddamn ludicrous, you'd have to be a fucking absolute nutbag to believe it. And you can't tell me as a former law enforcement officer, a goddamn Marine, a Christian, or a motherfucking teacher who's to have a brain that you didn't know that wasn't a fucking lie that come out of your stupid fucking dinnerware banging pothole, you fucking cunt. And I'm allowed to call you that, because that's what the fuck you are right now. Sorry, might be a little triggered. Some things die hard. But yay, brava, brava. You're heading for attacking and trying to trigger and doing things harmful to all of us. Around Summer's case, for your own goddamn needs, trying to justify it with and for a fucking group, and the finger pointing of Don Will's sister fucking finger that he used to point in that direction last time. Be like, the poor neighbor, she's crying real tears unlike my fucking cunt ass wife, who should have been responsible in watching Summer that day. But no paying attention to McDonough with my sisters and what they're out, and which I've already confessed to Jody Sue actually did to my sisters. Therefore, Jody Sue knows that I'm a fucking pedophile, raping, molesting, incestuous piece of shit. So see, I can call him that because he confessed. Alright. So, anyway. Yeah, dude. You're pulling the same shit. It's a weak point, right? For a woman, for a female. Hey, let me ask you a question. Do you and Sheila, or do either of you separately, or whenever, I don't know when you got married, or partners prior, or anything like that, but do you two have kids? Do you? How would you feel if someone just randomly come on and made up shit about them? Put targets on their back, ruined their goddamn futures, tried to, worked with a group that's trying to get them killed, put targets on their back, all this other shit, right? Falsely. How would you feel about it? Things that can get them really hurt. How would you feel about it? I bet you wouldn't like it. And I bet, this is just me, stats apply. We'll go back to Moans and on stat type shit. Here's the thing, buddy. Stats say, and well, real world experience and things tell me also, but stats show, and boy, that you have 3 or 4 under your little belt in title range here. You know, children of those who are extremely religious are like, I don't know, more statistically likely to end up pregnant in church pews, needing abortions and all that, right? Sure you are. The first one's to wild the hell out. Being a teenager back in the day, I can tell you some things, and even as an adult now, those are generally the kids that wild the fuck out first. The drunkards at parties, sneaking around, don't talk to their parents, are absolutely oblivious to birth control and type shit, especially in the South. Oh boy, and most likely to be very sexually promiscuous, etc. They just go hell on wheels, right? Because they're so pressed on, especially by super religious parents. Then you have your law enforcement background. Most will tell you those kids, they about like preachers' kids. Boy, they wild out, and if they've got safety measures in place where they never see consequences or repercussions, and their parents aren't embarrassed by it, boy, they will go full tilt. They're also more likely to see be part of, because do you know the stats where it concerns domestic violence or any types of abuse, whether it be psychological, emotional, etc., in certain types of households, or those are religious, law enforcement, etc., and the prevalence of those things, statistically speaking. Then, as far as military goes, a lot of military households hold that same criterion stats as well. Domestic violence, abuse patterns, those kids wild out, those base kids, they do things, they're very unstable because of the troubled environment. Nothing to be said against military families or police or otherwise, but the stats are there. The research has been done. You hold 3 of those. Your kid's perfect. Anyway, how would you feel if somebody went digging and yeeted out all their skeletons or anything like that either? Right? Mine has no skeletons, you see. But, you just, how would you feel? And what if, like mine, okay, everything said about them was absolutely manufactured and made up by a YouTube group and demons on 110. Proven facts, truth, evidence of. How would you feel if somebody come out and like kept doing the shit you and Sheila are doing? Thousands of them at one point did that. Even though it had already been debunked, known not to be. Even Don and Candace had said, nope, that didn't happen. Etc., right? And then, whatever time suited the group, they decided to do that anyway. To your child, put out that shit, and then people like you continue to go with it for years. Therefore, it's all predicated upon bullshit made up by motherfuckers online, and then people around the world believed it. And then people like you kept using it and doing it into redundancy. How would you feel about that? Not that y'all care on anything anyway, because y'all always think, types like you, that it'll never be done to you. It'll never happen to you. Right? But you have no problem doing it to others. Now, like I've said from the beginning, for years, there's enough proof, evidence, that my children nor I did anything to anyone, including Summer, on June 15th or otherwise. What y'all are doing is wrong. Even the people who came back later and erased the evidence, they'd already debunked that way prior. And that Dawn and Candace, are you going to detect out the piece where Dawn and Candace even said, no, that didn't happen. That ain't that. You going to do that? Or are you just going to keep letting one else point fingers as you point fingers? And you're not trying to make the content sheep dropping continue. Anyway, I'm going to bet if either of you have children, chances are there's actual shit around that. If there ain't, I'd be amazed. You know? I'd be fucking amazed if there ain't. Right? But, I mean... Thing is, though, I'm not really for anyone else's children to be fucked with in any way. That's wrong. Keeps happening in this realm, though. It's sort of a favorite flavor of this group. Especially when it concerns women, those are trying to silence, target, hurt, harm. Or when this group is trying to target or get hands on or around witnesses. Right? To know or to silence people, especially women, because what's the weakness of a woman? Right? And you can't tell me, that scenes that Ellie aren't known to do that too, to threaten women in order to cough up the partner and do this, do that, as well, you know. So that is a tactic, but it's terrible. Either way. What y'all are doing is wrong. I'm glad your stomach's fine doing it, Sheila. I'm glad you can still eat and sleep just fine. How Jesus-like of you. May God forgive you, because I ain't.
And don't forget, Andy Jr. is Damien. And Damien's the one you're going to see some videos of later on. He's now in the United States Army, from what we can understand.
Damn, bro. But who would have made you aware of that? Anyway, the point is that really what you're doing? Bitch, I really will contact your VFW. I hope they become aware of this. Much like Don B's fucking fishing buddies.
He was the one that was accused, let me emphasize that word, accused of being a peeping Tom, of being
Accused by who? McCoy. Because it wasn't the Wells. The Wells came out right and said no. No. The pictures they showed were not of my child. This shit was, and here's the thing and the hell of it. All these things you're talking about were manufacturing shit, and the dates were long after Summer vanished and all this and the other. Like I said, see Amy Tate tweaking her ass off at one of Summer's vigils. Proud of the boys being taken, they get back to me. Alright, and these are around times Amy Tate and others who works for Cam, who you're calling for to join forces with you. Sorry, he's busy. You're gonna leave a message he needs to deliver. But, yeah, when it came time, they erased all that evidence offline others and went with this rhetoric with Amy and Pam and proceeded to do the dirty work with this group. And it was all based on the, shit months after, and nobody doing anything nefarious then either. Their actual officials and others that seen them present with the Wells, as clearly they were not helping my medical situation at the bottom of the road, and were absolutely trying to steal devices and doing fuck shit, because that's who Candace and On chose for long time over their boys, was a bunch of tweakers like them, and then they had no problem, much like D, with filing false reports, doing shit, fucking with FBI, TBI, all this other bullshit. So this place could run this shit and be like, see, it's true, because they made reports. No, it ain't true. Truth is, those fucking twackers are running across all kinds of people's properties, with weapons out, chasing goddamn shadow people, trying to fuck with, and up there on the hill to see what they can get, and try and steal devices of those in medical situations right in front of, ambulance workers and EMTs and otherwise. We're boots on the ground, Fred. There's no lies to tell here. There's recordings of them doing it as well. Videographic proof. Multiple witnesses, right? Which Don wanted them in their evidence tweakery out of sight before officials arrived. That didn't quite happen, buddy. That didn't quite happen. Oh, yeah. Anyway, my child nor children did anything of any kind, nor was anybody a peeping fucking Tom from 125 to anywhere else. Never happened. Did not occur. It's been proven, debunked. Whole thing was always predicated on bullshit that came in this group made up. It had already been debunked before it became a thing. They yeeted the evidence off. They had those like Amy Tate, Pam, and whatever else, tweaking their goddamn gourds off, willing to do fuck shit like D and others willing to do fuck shit with and around law enforcement federal agencies. The D you're working with now, who did it just a few days back and is still doing it and clearly still harassing us while proclaiming that, That's great, McCoys. Yeah, it's great. Well, of course, Ziggy and Fred are not gone. We all know this. They've been paid to stay quiet in the background. Because go back and make sense of the Ryan versus Ziggy versus Six Up shit and how that's changed. Ain't nobody dumb around here.
The Wells property, and somebody chased off the property. And it says twice if that video or those videos are correct.
Nobody chased anyone off of that property. Also, even Candace and Dawn said we all had permission to be on that property, and we did. And by the way, McCoy, in case you're unaware, the receipts have already been shown where Candace was asking me about cameras and shit and which to get and which alerts and alarms and shit. and then she went and got him and all this other stuff. Do you think seriously that? Yeah, whatever. Anyway, let me show you something, buddy. And what I know, I have a better example there. Well, it says I'm live. If I am, I don't think it'll be. Okay, might be. Might be back. Oh no. Okay, might be. Might be back. Oh no. Dying bell there. Is it actually reconnected? Oh dear Lord. Okay, might be. Put far too much effort into coming back here, honestly. I think I sort of ended on my point of how ludicrous these two are. And now it very much speaks to who and what they are, what they're doing with intention. That last bit, but Sheila yeeted out of her goddamn pile makes no sense. Nobody with any logical, common sense, critical thinking mind could think it did make sense or would be even in the realm of possibility. And that what they're doing, attacking my children falsely, was shit already disproven in the beginning, said not to be, everything else, proof behind it, and then formulated this group who deleted all that evidence from public view and then targeted them with a whole thing with tweakers and Cam and Alley and all them. You know, the world knows it. You know, and You can see what Fred and Sheila are doing intentionally. And that it is absolutely pure fucking evil. There ain't no Jesus like behavior behind that. There ain't no finding summer behind that. There's no helping law enforcement behind that. It's just pure evil for evil's sake. Targeting of, destruction of real lives around real open and active investigations. For whatever benefit Fred and Sheila see fit. Along with this group. And I'll tell you, that ain't ever no good. Right? It's only one of so many things, isn't it? Alright. So I have a feeling I'm stuck in that weird place where live streams do weird shit. Because it's happened before where it says I'm back here, but I'm not. Yeah, I'm gonna end this one and I'm gonna start another one.